Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 5th of August. And it is none other than Hump Day, baby. Oh, yeah. That very, very special day on the working week. That's right. For all you working people out there, we're halfway through by this afternoon. You'll be sailing on into the weekend, sliding downwards trajectory all the way into those 2 days of freedom. So enjoy this very special hump day today, and I hope you celebrate it figuratively and literally if you can get it. Oh, yeah, it's Workers Wednesday. Hobo Joe in the house. How you going? Bandsaw Bandit, not another bad migrant story, really. Why cover these sort of fake stories that mean nothing except circling hate? A friend ain't asking. Whining out of my system. Now, let's go. Yeah, it is circling hate, isn't it? I understand the sentiment there, and it would be best, I guess, not to cover any of these types of issues at all. But with the actual circulation of the hate, it's always good to get a an opinion that tries to dissolve itself of the culture wars and the identity politics on this one, and tries to highlight the class issues behind this, the economic factors, let's say, behind this type of stuff, as opposed to just continuing the hate or spreading, like, running excuses for it. Got to help working people understand these situations for what they are, not what they are being manufactured consent on. Which stream is this? One or two? One or two? One or two? Go with the horizontal one. Actually, like, if you're on a phone, just go the vertical one. Up to you, I guess. What up, chuds? Ravy, how you going? Thanks to everyone who's doing the roll call this morning. Yeah, if you're watching on I don't know, a standard screen, go horizontal. If you want to be in the chat with other people, then maybe just stick to the horizontal. Just don't focus on them too much or have an opinion because you are not from there. That's right. Little did I know that Ceuta even existed until like a few days ago. And I've got opinions on it. How dare I? How dare I? Spanduk, ayo. Doing the roll call. Hope you're well. That's so funny, isn't it? You're not allowed to have an opinion. You've never been there. Oh, you're not from here, so your opinions don't matter. It's a good one. But I am a resident of planet Earth, so I lay claim to all of its territories. And as an opinionated individual, I reserve the right to say whatever the fuck I want. So take that, a-holes. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix this lighting. 1 second. I think that has somehow fixed itself. Hopefully that's a bit better. All right, what are we doing today? As the name suggests, yeah, we're going to look at the Ceuta situation. All hail the chair. Oh my god. How dare a non-Suetan talk about Ceuta? Like, again, I didn't even know it existed, but I have an opinion on it now. I would more like to monitor how people are actually responding to this because they do rope working people into this discussion massively and then split us along lines. So we're gonna have a look at that, but we're gonna have a look at how the EU has responded to this. Apparently, the EU have had crisis talks. It's a crisis in relation to what happened over the weekend or at the end of last week, depending on where you come from, I guess. So we're going to look at what's happening in Spain, how the Europeans are responding to it as a collective, and what they're going to do about it or not do anything about it, I guess. And then we'll get into some other things. It is Worker Wednesday, as Hobo Joe has already alluded to. So we're gonna look at, actually, this one's for you, Hobo Joe. The Victorian Socialists running candidates in the upcoming Victorian election. Or for all of our Victorians out there, I think that's you too. Ravy baby. Yeah, the Victorian Socialists are running like candidates, I'm pretty sure, in the upcoming election, and they've put out a manifesto. That's right, a socialist manifesto for Victorians. So we're gonna check that out, see what the hell that is. You have a bit of a sweated look about you today, Mystery. Role playing. Yes, I'm halfway between Spanish territory and Moroccan grifting migrant who was just like, I just thought I'd cross the border just to see if I could, I don't know, live in Spain for a bit, but they're sending me back over the fence. So let's just do that. Missing the plastic bottle floaties. Savage, bro. Uh, I can whip together some plastic bottles. Oh my god. Now, if you don't know, if you're watching right now and you're like, what the fuck is everyone talking about? So the sweater situation, there is a small territory in the Mediterranean. So it's not in Spain. All right, it's not connected to the Spanish mainland or to Europe, like the continental Europe, as they say. It's in the Mediterranean, but it's on the North African side. So the Gibraltar Strait, which like leads into the Mediterranean, there's this small Spanish territory that's basically engulfed by Morocco, but it's there. And like over the weekend, 60,000 Moroccans or people from Morocco bum rushed the border and swam around some headlands and jumped a few beaches to get into Spanish territory. And so like there's a lot of people that are using this as political capital and just being like, Europe has fallen, Spain under invasion, 60,000 people. And like, fair enough, like, in the sense that even the Spanish prime minister came out and was just like, yeah, we're under attack. Like 60,000 people just bum rushed a border, and we're sending police officers and soldiers over there to try and, get them to go back over the fence. So it's not like a very usual typical scenario, but people kind of, I find, are like warping the story here to try and make it look like Europe itself is under like actual Spain. Europe, like the continental Europe, has like 60,000 people somehow crossed over and just bum rushed Spanish the Spanish nation, but it happened on the North African side of things. Anyway, so we followed that story on Monday. We got some reasons for it here and there. Apparently, there's a jostle. There's a jostle going on between Morocco and Spain for diplomatic reasons or geopolitical reasons. Support for Algeria on one side, annexation of land in the Western Sahara on the other. There seems to be all these diplomatic tensions, and then so there's been allegations then that Morocco kind of helped engineer this situation. They've had people passing through their territory from like the Middle East, basically, and going through North Africa, and like they're mixed up with a whole bunch of Moroccans who just want to get into Spain. And so the Moroccan authorities were kind of just like la 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 la, and just opened up the borders and let them go across, and may have even been encouraging them to do so. And so Spain was pretty pissed off about that. So it's not as black and white as like the marauding hordes of such and such immigrants are coming to destroy Europe, like it was some Moor invasion from the Middle Ages or something like that. It's like a bunch of basically kids, I would say, mostly young men. And like the scenes look like from some water park from hell. They're all like, they've swum across and they're just like running around and, going crazy. And then they've been basically marshaled and then sent back over the border for the most part. So like there was 60,000 people, and like 90 to 95% of them have all gone back. But Europe has fallen, and like people are really stressed about this. Like Europe had the EU, the European Commission got together just like overnight, our time, to speak about this crisis and see what they're going to do about the migrant crisis that's plaguing the Western world. And he's going to end Western civilization, etc., etc. So that's the long and the short of it. But like today's point is actually to have a look at like how Europe has responded to this, and it's like an honorary Far Right Friday, but like we're going to do a microcosm of that. And like we're going to have a look at how, I guess, people are making, making bank on this political capital, like massively. And they're formulating stories about the end of Western civilization, etc., etc. The fall of Rome, all that type of stuff. So we'll have a look at that, the responses to this situation. Hobo Joe, I have another opinion on the candidates for Victorian One Nation who joins a party that has no policies. It's politics. It should be outlined before getting candidates. It's like that they are popular at the moment. It's like if they are popular at the moment, better follow the crowd. It is interesting, but like maybe they do have policies, and like they're just not released them yet. It's all hush hush. It's part of the campaign. I'm trying to I don't know, play devil's advocate or something here. I'm struggling here. I'm struggling. Ban something. Build a wall. Plenty of cheap labor in Morocco. But I guess they did have walls, or at least high fences, let's call them. And the door was left open. Morocco did the dirty so bad. The images of the cops just with giant rocks lobbing them at migrants trying to return. Yeah, that was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Get your ass to Spain. Your passport and birth certificate are no good no more. Yeah, that was heavy. Hey, happy hump day, brothers. Brothers. How you going, Love Jeff? Hope you're well. Thanks for doing the roll call. Enjoy your lurk today. Lurking as I working. Free real estate when the lefty empathetic weak illness is widespread in the West. Well, it's already been like that. The woke immigration agenda just let them all in. Where did that get us? Happy, wildly woke worker hump day. It's quite the mouthful, but it's a happy day when it's full of humps. If they have policies already but aren't releasing them, then people are still trying to join without seeing them. Yeah. I don't know. I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this one. I think it is like, as you're saying, it's populism, man. It's vibes politics. It doesn't matter about policy as such. We have a mandate from the people to do something about migration. And everyone's jumping on that because they're just like, this is the silver bullet, man. Once we figure this out, everything will be fine. Everything will go back to like the 70s, like golden age in Australia, where a man could get a job and stay there for his whole life, support a family, go on holidays, buy a boat, maybe have a holiday house. Ah, those were the good old days. A mandate from God, yeah, worthy of a manwich. My manwich. So good. It's so much better when I get references. Just do Futurama all the time. I'll get it. All right. Shall we? We're going to do, like I said, Ceuta. We're going to look at that. And then we're going to go. Actually, this one's for you, Volta. I'm glad you're here today. We're actually also going to be having a look at the drama that has unfolded in New Zealand recently, thanks to comments that has been made by Winston Peters, who's, I'm pretty sure, the deputy PM. And maybe even the foreign minister as well. And he said some offensive things to the Chinese, and it looks like the Chinese have responded, and they're not happy about it. And so we're gonna. This seems to be shaking up New Zealand politics. Apparently, who would have thought? Everyone's a little bit cautious when it comes to pissing off the Chinese because they're everybody's biggest trading partner. So anyway, New Zealand politics has been rocked recently because somebody said something that has offended the Chinese. And the Chinese originally were kind of like, we don't want to be involved in your politics. Don't talk about us. And it seems to have unfolded a little bit more since then. So we're going to have a look at that. In Jesus' name, stop the spread of the Marxist communist woke agenda derived from Satan himself. Yes, that is a big problem, isn't it? Pretty crazy in the context of what you put in Discord earlier. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but the Christian, whatever party that is in New Zealand, saying that they're going to kill or take out their political opponents. Pretty crazy. I don't even know that. So I'm going to say Satan. Let's go with that. Who is Candace Owens and why her anti-Semitic rhetoric poses real risk for American society? Candace Owens is a conservative political commentator who's increasingly. Are you a bot? Or are you just like copying stuff and pasting it in the chat? What's going on here? Whose increasingly anti-Semitic rhetoric has alarmed former allies, mainstream conservatives, and Jewish groups, including American Jewish community. What is this? Must be a bot. We're getting attacked. That's the real invasion. The bots that are coming. Watch out. Dead internet theory. I know none of you are real humans. You're all bots. There's no real humans left on the internet, that's for sure. I'm finding that out, LOL. I'm in there, don't worry. Go back to your own country. Isn't it a fair response in government? Interesting debate tactic when you are losing. Yeah, well, it's the thing with Pauline. Pauline got done for that as well. And we talked about this yesterday. And it's kind of like, yeah, it was it was not a nice thing to say. But is it really racist? Like, people have been saying stuff like that for a long time. If you don't like it, go back to blah, 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 blah. Is it race motivated as much as if you don't like this place, then go somewhere else? Who knows? We'll get to the bottom of it. The guy was in New Zealand since he was a child. You are not real, E. I've been asking for a pic with you next to a bin, and you have not delivered. AI streamer. Dude, all right? Next time I'm in Seattle, I will get that picture next to a bin so I can prove where I'm coming from. Bring out the fine china. Dude, that's so good. Honey, we have guests. Bring out the fine china. We all love a bit of china. Anyway, so I'm deaf a bot. I knew it. How can you be in 3 streams at once? It's just not possible. It's not possible. It implies a difference in values more than race, but I guess the law doesn't care. Well, anyway, we'll get to it. Obviously, it's a derogatory comment. We know how it's meant. Let's be honest. But does it have to be a racial thing? We'll find out after this. I know, I'm everywhere. See, I knew it. Okay, let us see how the Europeans are responding to this situation with Ceuta. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but this is the type of stuff that actually takes up working class politics these days. It really is. This is the hottest ticket issue the Western politics can offer at the moment, in the face of such calamity and economic injustice out there. Working people are more and more directed to being all right, well, let's have a fair income discussion about migration. And you're okay, fine, but are we actually going to make it about, migration, or is this just a veiled attempt at being I don't like the look of that guy, send him back over the wall? And so, I think it's important. That gets responses on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, no. Had a mate in school that was the slipperiest, slimy, typical scamming world. Great guy. All right, let's do this.
Spain says an emergency meeting of EU interior ministers to address the mass border rush on Spain's North African territory of Ceuta was constructive. 72,000 migrants rushed across the border.
72,000 now. Eh? It goes up. It continues onwards and upwards. 72,000. Well, last time we heard, there were, at one point it was 12 people had actually died in this event, which is horrific. Yeah, people trying to swim and not being able to swim properly to get in to a country, then to just be turned around again anyway. And now, it's up in the 70s, 80s. More? It's crazy.
Border from Morocco last week, sparking alarm among some of the European Union's 27 members. Denmark, for its part, said it was very satisfied with Madrid's response to the crisis after earlier suggesting the EU consider suspending Spain from the Schengen area, while the bloc has offered Spain aid, including emergency financial assistance to help strengthen the protection of its external border. Take a listen.
Oh, they had a Teams meeting. That's crazy. I thought they actually met. I just did it via Starlink. Thank you, Elon Musk.
From the first moment, of course, what we did as a Commission, we offered support to Spain, both financially and operationally, and this includes emergency financial assistance to strengthen the protection of the external border in Ceuta. Also,
Ooh, 4AS in the house. What's up? What's up? How you going? We have returned to Ceuta. Ceuta. Let's go with that Ceuta issue. Like with that, like all the migrants. 70,000 it's up to now. 72,000 migrants bum rushing the border in Ceuta from Morocco. And we're trying to get across how the European Union has responded to this, and like what we're hearing, like right now, we're hearing it. That like these people are their policy now. This is the problem with the radical center. Like when push comes to shove, they have no principles. They have absolutely zero principles. All they want to do is survive and stay in politics for long enough so they can serve their corporate interests and stabilizing the economy for finance capital and the movement of like corporations and multinationals and capital flows in and out of an area like Europe. And so now, like the far right has made migration such an important issue. They all just pretend like they've been across this the whole time. They're just like, yeah, man, we sent resources to Spain, gave them money, gave them things to fight off the border crisis, like as if they've really cared too much about this over the last 10 years, and now they own it. And the neoliberal establishment, they'll just jump on anything. And like they're hoping that this just allows them to remain in power just a little bit longer before, like, the far right takes over European politics. It's coming, man. It's the winter of our discontent. Discount 10 made glorious summer by this son of Ceuta. This son of Ceuta. The winter of our discount tent. Tell me that's intentional. That's hilarious. What was the talk really about with Ceuta border security? How do we get funding to militarize the zone? That's what it sounds like at the moment. The winter of our discount tent got me so good. No, it works with the whole migrant crisis, right? The winter of our discount tents. It's the first lines of Richard III. Yeah, but the way it's written, it's gold.
Supporting returns of the external border in Ceuta, also supporting returns, of course, and also to prevent movements to the European Union.
For more on this story, I'm joined in the studio by Ketavan Gorjestani, our international
pun away for IS on fire.
National Affairs Editor. Ketavan, this comes then after days of tensions within the EU, but this seems to have subsided now.
Yes, there's been really a complete change of tone from what we saw in the last few days, the really vicious criticism towards the Spanish government. And it seemed that...
this is the problem with the radical center. Like, you don't know what they're going to do. Like, at the time, do you remember, like, a few days ago when we were analyzing this, they were just like, Spain's fucked up big time. Get him. Get the Spanish Prime Minister. And they're all like trying to show their citizens or the European nations how appalled they were. That's how Spain handled this situation. And they're not going to let this happen anymore. We're going to crack down on migration and save Europe from the foreign hordes and invaders. And now, like 2 days later, they meet and they're just like, oh, Spain, you did a good job. You're okay. You're all right, Spain. Don't worry about it. Because they're probably scared of their own populations. If this ever happened to them, they'd want people to give them a break. Like, oh, we support you, Spain. You did the right thing. Absolute chameleons. Cannot trust them as far as you can throw them. I'm telling you, people, the real enemy out there for the working people of the world, whether you are right wing or left wing or anything in between, you got to watch out for that radical center. It's destroyed the world in the last 50 years. As we all know, old Ricky was severely discontent with those discount tents. They have to support returns. Seems like the most returned themselves without support. Yeah, it wasn't that the thing as well. They kind of were just like, look, you guys got to go home. You can't stay here kind of thing. And 90% of them basically were just like, and just walked back over the border. Like they were kind of, encouraged, but most of them just returned. And then the ones that like stuck around as well, they're just trying to encourage them to leave. Like, come on, go, Stormcrow, back for more punishment. It seems. How you going? Left wing, right wing, both wings of the same bird. Yes, and the true revolutionizing of the political spectrum is this idea that it is the outrageous center that is controlled by a neoliberal view of the world that is the real enemy of the people. And we're going to develop this theory and we're going to run with it. Did you see the post someone put in Discord of the Moroccan police stopping them coming back? Yeah, someone, like you were talking about it before, weren't you? Like the people, they were throwing rocks at and like, not like pebbles. They were like launching actual like, yeah, rocks, like huge rocks at these people. Yeah, with the huge rock. Yeah, it's crazy. It's mental. It's mental. Europe can't align to defeat Russia. Spain would be better off just saying no. Huh. Yeah. If Europe was smart and they weren't just a vassal of the larger empire, like we are in Australia, they'd be totally seeking some type of negotiation with Russia right now. Totally, dude. Totally. Did a clip for the boys and girls. Thank you very much for us. Thank you very much. Good on ya. Imagine if all the left went to one side of the world and all of the right go to the other and see whose side ends up flourishing. No, how about they unite and overthrow the center of politics and let that be done with it. We're ruled over by centrists, man, not right or left wing people. That's how I see it anyway. The true power comes from the center, and the rest of us are just pinned against one another. All right, let's do this.
The really vicious criticism towards the Spanish government. And it's
How are the shorts going? Hitting those views? We're putting shorts up on YouTube. TikTok not good right now, but it's not aggressive as what I'm doing on YouTube. YouTube seems to be all right, but it gets the usual types of people that comment on short form content, and like they don't actually watch it; they just have an opinion and they want to put it in a comment section. So like there's a lot of that. But hey, I'll take the interaction. Might be worth explaining to Stormcrow what you mean by radical centrists, eh? Oh, yeah, fair enough. That's a good point. I kind of explained what I was talking about before, but I do find... Have you ever heard of horseshoe theory, Stormcrow? There's this idea that, the left and the right bend around together on the political spectrum is not like a line with like an axis kind of thing, and there's left on one, right on the other. It's a horseshoe, and the left and right really come together, and like communists and Nazis are basically the same thing. Yeah, I've never heard the term radical centrist. Would I be considered a radical centrist? Well, like kind of. Like I don't know. You seem to critique neoliberalism. You're not all for it, but like all the people that you love are like pretty neoliberal. But yeah, you pretty much are. Like you're not what do they call it? Far right? Are you? I don't think you'd really classify yourself as that. Anyway, horseshoe theory, and it's just like, oh, and they curl around, and the only safe place is that like center bit. Well, the centrists have been in power forever. Like, look at all the countries in the West. Effectively, they've all had centrist governments in. It's like maybe a little bit center left, center right, but like it's all center stuff. And like the centrists have been in power. And the centrists promote, or all that centrists do is want to stabilize the economy at all costs in order to attract investment. And so they are more than happy to completely destroy the local population through austerity measures if, like, for some reason, cutting public funding to anything, any type of service, whether it's legitimate service or not, or like infrastructure provision, like cutting all government spending just for the sake of basically looking good for or a safe place to invest for foreign capital. So like all they care about, the radical center, is continually undermining the local economy if necessary to attract foreign investment. And so like centrist governments are always in power and make the same decisions. And it's quite radical because it destroys a lot of lives in the name of like potentially attracting foreign investment and foreign capital, or being a good or safe place to invest, etc., etc., etc. And like they've talked about this for what, 50 years now, and what has systematically happened? Have things gotten better? Do you have better prospects than your parents or your grandparents? Generally, people are, if anything, in more of a crisis than previous the last couple of generations. And they have less prospects. And so this radical agenda of just like austerity at any cost, and like that'll solve the economy, has done nothing, if not overwhelming damage to societies and economies. And like no one ever blames the center for that. And their radical policy is this: it doesn't matter about investing in the home country, because you don't want to do that, because if you spend money that looks bad, and like we're already in, you know, we're already in some type of deficit, we're already racking up massive debts, so let's just spend even less money and that'll solve the problem. And they spend less money and they still go into debt anyway. So like, let's just ride with the debt thing then, because not spending money on your local population isn't helping. So I find that to be a very radical position, just to stabilize the economy for investment purposes and sacrifice the local population in order to do that. Sounds very radical to me. But that's just me. Somehow you're the radical libertarian, Han. My greatest fear in life is one day I will get dementia and become a leftist. Don't worry about it, Han. It'll never happen. You won't survive long enough to get to that. Not in this economy. None of us will. The civilian being chased and terrified by a Russian drone operator and killed was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Ooh, that's a separate conversation. Politics is a mine, isn't it? Massively, dude. Massively. All right. Let us continue, shall we? Yeah, roughly a 1K view average. Post too late at night seems to be pushed out as much. Yeah, I've noticed as that. It seems not to be pushed out. I'm not doing it late at night anymore. I've noticed that as well. Yeah, need to hit hard after work and before dinner uploads. Before dinner uploads. Not a bad idea, man. Not a bad idea. I'll take that. I don't know if Han is cool enough to be radical. It's more like conventional. Yeah. I guess Han is the only one that can answer that question. But yeah, very neoliberal sounding take usually on things. And like they're the people that have been in the driver's seat. Han's people for like 50 years. And what have we got? Nothing. Nothing. All right, back to it.
Seemed that the EU, or most of the EU, has sort of rallied back around Pedro Sanchez and his country. You had Magnus Brunner that we just heard there, who said that there was full solidarity with Spain around the table during that emergency meeting. You mentioned Spain's reaction, saying that it was a constructive meeting. They also said that there was recognition around the table that's of Spain's efficient and immediate response. France's Laurent Nunez, the Interior Minister, praised Spain for its handling of the incident, and even Denmark, which was one of the top countries that were criticizing Spain, said they were very satisfied with what the Spaniards did. There was even a sort of downgrading of the blame on Spain for what happened. There was talk among some European countries that it was because of the policies of Pedro Sanchez, including that legalization path for...
Dude, how's this footage, hey? We've seen a bit of this stuff. It's like kids that have crossed the border and they're just like, go on, get back Back through the fence. Go on now.
Tens and hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants. Magnus Brunner, he said this was not a very good signal for the rest of the EU, but he did specify that there was no direct link between those policies and what happened in Ceuta. He also said that the Schengen space was never in danger, was never breached. And finally, the Ceuta incident.
The Schengen space? Okay. So there is an agreement between all of these European countries. I thought this is just an EU thing, but it includes countries that are outside of the EU. And they were threatening to cut Spain out of this Schengen agreement, which allows people to go from one European country to another as if you're part of this territory or the area that it covers. And like you don't really need like passports and you're not checked and all that sort of stuff. And so when all of this stuff happened with Ceuta, everyone was like, cut Spain out, quickly cut Spain out. So like all of these 60,000 people don't magically somehow get across the Gibraltar Strait and then like get into Europe somehow. But like they went back and now everyone's, oh, good on you, Spain, you did the right thing, eh? The Spanish are too staunch to accept any of that. Like any of what? Like breaking of the agreements? Imagine Tony Fauci being gangbanged by Rand Paul and Aaron Rodgers. I don't know why we're imagining this, but fair enough. Oh, threats from the EU. Okay, interesting.
He said was fueled by smuggling networks and disinformation on social media. It was in his words, not the fault of Spain, if you will. But even if you saw a rhetoric that has been cooling about what happened in Ceuta and how Spain has handled this, it has re-exposed once again the very divisive nature and divisive debate within Europe on the question of immigration and especially on illegal migration.
Well, indeed. I mean, the situation in Ceuta is now under control, but what comes next with immigration being such a hot topic in the EU?
Well, look, first there'll be the sort of concrete elements as to...
It's the hottest topic right now. It really is the hottest topic right now. Let us not focus on anything else. There are no economic solutions to everybody's woes. No. Let us just focus on this extensively, obsessively, and that'll solve all of our problems, I'm sure. Han is practicing for when he is our resident gay libertarian in our gay space commie utopia. Look, fair enough. Somebody's got to do it. And Hans has said some very interesting things over the months. Am I the only straight person here? I don't know. You're going to have to ask Han for that one. Am I the only straight person here? I want to come to the gay utopia too. Oh, look. All are welcome. It is usually referred to luxury gay space communism. That's where we're heading one day. All this commie talk here, it's going to be luxury gay space communism. Because it's so progressive and so commie.
What happened in Ceuta and how you move forward. They're saying now that 70,000 of those migrants have been returned to Morocco, but there's still about 2,000 there, especially minors. So you have to figure out what these people are going to be doing, where they're going to be staying. Then there are questions as to how the situation actually did happen. Was there a failure by Spanish authority? Was there a failure and a role played by Morocco? There are some people who are pointing the finger at Morocco, saying this could not have happened if the Moroccans, at the very least, didn't let it happen. And there's also a question that was asked to Magnus Brunner during that press conference as to who was behind the social media disinformation. And he did say it's too early to tell if Russia was involved, because often
so
when there are attempts on social media to
when the Europeans get together and they try and figure out what's happening, who's causing the invasion, maybe Morocco, not sure, maybe the Russians. The Russians spread a disinformation campaign on social media to get 70,000 people in Morocco to bum rush the border into Ceuta. Very interesting. It's the Russians. I knew it. Did someone say gay space communism? I have been summoned. Well, here's the question for you. As the leader of the gay space, the luxury gay space communist utopia, Ninja Nurse, will you be letting, what was the question exactly? Will you be letting straight people into the gay, luxury gay space communist utopia? That's the question of the morning. Did somebody say, no, I read that one. No fixed address. Did you see the man who collapsed, needed medical help, but they picked him up and put him on the other people to leave? It was painful to see this happen to people. The dollars it cost to deny them would be more than the help. Well, yeah, I saw footage of these guys with a blanket, and they're carrying someone, as in people that had stormed the border, the migrants. They were carrying someone on a blanket, and then they saw the cops coming, and they just kind of just dropped the guy on the floor, and then took off in the other direction. But that's the thing. I think the position the Spanish are taking, no fixed address on this one, is no, they're not offering any assistance, because the assistance that they need is in Morocco. So they're not helping at all. I think they're also trying to starve them out as well. They're not. They could be giving them food and water and assistance of that nature, but they've decided not to do that because they don't want them to hang around. I think that's the tactic. That's the tactic, man. Can't they just set up a camp for them? But that's what I'm saying. I think the tactic is they don't want to feed or house these people. They want them to go back to Morocco. That's the way they're taking this. And so that's why the EU has turned around after being like, how could Spain let this happen? And they've watched the Spanish response, which has been like, no, this is not happening. Go back to Morocco. And the EU's like, oh, thank God, you guys have done the right thing. You think it too much like a human. Yeah, I know, right? What are you, asking to look after people? They might have some spare resources that they can just feed people and give them temporary accommodation while they sort this thing out. No, definitely not. When is the Christian/Islamic slant going to be introduced, I wonder? Dude, I'm pretty sure it's already there, man. I'm pretty sure I've heard people talk about this. Hey, you know what we're going to do later as well? And this is why I said this is almost like an honorary far-right Friday. But we're going to go, and you can thank Spandonk for this. Don't blame me. But I'm watching it anyway because I'm so intrigued. Nick Shirley did a piece. He got straight to... I don't know how he's done this, but surely not. Went straight to Spain to cover this. Straight to Ceuta. It's like he knew it was happening. Hey, it's like he knew. Now, if you haven't heard, some of the conspiracies, not, oh, Russia did it, which is what the Europeans are saying, but some of the conspiracies that we've seen that actually come from Russia, from RT News, is just no, this is the US and Israel manufactured this. So, to put pressure on Spain as an FU to not helping out with the whole Iranian situation and all the other pressure that they have applied in the global community against the Israeli cause. And so wouldn't it be delicious to find out that ye old Nick Shirley was able to get to Ceuta in time for this? We're talking about going all the way right across the Atlantic and get into this very specific locale via boat just in time to capture all of this. How did he do that, Nick Shirley? Unless this was orchestrated by someone. And you know how we've speculated on him being this agent of the Trump regime, and where he goes, then some type of, I don't know, corruption scandal or chaos ensues. He was there for it, man. He was there. I have more extensive rant about this. My feelings are this: straight people are welcome in gay spaces because gay spaces were built on tolerance. However, there is some social contract that when you enter a space that was not created by you, you respect the rules of that space and acknowledge why that space exists. If the space exists to provide safety for the gay community, straight people must respect that and act accordingly. Dude, that is the same style of argumentation that people have about migration. Isn't that interesting? If you enter the space, you must respect the space and acknowledge it. Very interesting take, Ninja Nurse. Eh? Very interesting. All right. But they do have the resources if they want to help. Oh, yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. Mamupa! So good. Sounds gay, to be honest. Well, it is a gay space. We're talking about luxury gay space communism and the future utopia. It's astute observation, as always, Mamupa. Astute, as always. All right. I wonder, is Shirley an agent? Surely he is. There are no coincidences, just conspiracies. Very good. Can we reverse that, please?
Disrupt the tightness and the unity of Europe. Eyes turned and fingers are pointed towards Russia. Then you look a little bit beyond Ceuta, the question of strengthening external borders. That's something that Denmark really wants to focus on. France tightening its borders with Spain, but also with Italy in cooperation with Italy.
Wait, have these people not like been paying attention to what's going on in Europe right now? Like Europe, especially in Spain and France, and they're worried about the border between Spain and France. That border's on fire right now. I don't even think these people, as desperate as they are, could walk through fire to get between Spain and France, like, and the Pyrenees. Like, they literally have to walk through a mountain range that is burning to get through right now, and this is what everyone's concerned. Like, Europe is actually on fire right now. Like, hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced and moved out of fire zones, and they have a crisis meeting to talk about 60 to 70,000 people swimming over a headland and jumping fences to get into Ceuta. Not even continental Europe. Europe is on fire. Hundreds of thousands of Europeans have been displaced. Thousands of people have lost their homes. People are dying. And they're like, hey, well, we better stop those Moroccans getting into that territory that's pretty much Morocco anyway. Eh? That's the main thing. Crisis resolved. This is the most pressing thing Europe could be worried about right now. I don't see my views as controversial. When I enter a church, I respect the rules of that church. If I wasn't prepared to do so, I wouldn't enter the church, maybe. Well, look, dude, all for it. I'm just saying, like, isn't that interesting? Because that's like all the migrant discussion at the moment is centered around that. It's like, all right, fine, come here, but you got to integrate. All right, fine, I'll integrate. Are you still happy to have me here? Well, look. All right. Back to this. I can't believe they're blaming Russia for this. Fucking hell.
Question of beefing up Frontex, the EU border control agency. All of these things are back on the table. But of course, the most divisive topics are also back on the table. The question of third country return hubs for illegal immigrants is once again back on the table. And you're seeing that this is becoming a very big political issue in Europe, especially with domestic politics. You have far-right parties who are pouncing on this to use it for their gain. And you have more centrist or even left-wing parties in Europe who are trying to show that they're doing something about immigration without falling for the trap that the far-right parties are trying to lay for them by using this for political gain.
Yeah, the centrists. Yeah, sure. The centrists are all over this. We just watched what the centrist reaction. The European Union is a centrist organization. Radical centrists. Can I just say? Radical. And like all they care about is just like, okay, Europe, Spain did something about this, averted the crisis. Now we don't have to justify this to our populations. We just be like, look, Spain dealt with it. They sent everyone back and they did it heavy-handedly. That's what you people wanted, right? Now, can you continue to vote for centrist politicians? See, we can do what the far right attest to wanting to be able to do. Which is like, we can handle the migrants. We can do this, man. We can have strong borders. You don't have to vote for the far right parties. The centrists will do that. It's okay. We heard your call and we have answered. Mr. The Art of War? Hey, it's been a while. How's it going? Whoa. Dude, we've got like 3 Kiwis in here, I reckon, today. That's crazy. And we're actually going to do New Zealand politics later. Spain deliberately targeted Israeli connection. Yes, we have heard. And Nick Shirley was there to see it. I wonder if he's got an Israeli connection. Respect is not assimilation. Why do these people have children in such dire situations? I hate seeing kids suffer. I was actually watching a woman talk about this or get interviewed, and she's on the Moroccan side, and she's like, my son took off with his mates, and they were like, oh, Mum, we're crossing the border. We're going to go into Ceuta. And she was like, just tell me when you get there, kind of thing, so I know what you're doing. So it was like they had a day trip for these guys, and they just swam over the border or across the border, and were like seeing if what they could get away with. And then they got sent back, but she doesn't know where he is because he's not responding anymore. It's crazy, man. These European government is insane. They have destroyed their countries. They are manufacturers. Manufacturers are leaving. They're broke. Well, their economy is in dire straits, not going to lie. But like most people don't even talk about that. They're just like, that's it. Europe has fallen. Well, this situation is caused by their own imperialist wars from the past, of which they blindly followed and supported. LOL. Ha! We had that discussion the other day as well. People weren't. That was a controversial take. That was saying that it's a factor that the entire area has been destabilized by, very deliberate wars at industrial scale. And this is the type of stuff that happens. Like, come on. And it's designed to push Europe governments to political right, especially if you say that this was something that Russia did. Russia's behind it as well. Hey, they caused it. Then you can justify anything when Russia did it in Europe, because the Europeans are pretty terrified of that at the moment. All right. Let's do this. Say the thing, mystery. It's context. Yes. Can you say that? Are you allowed to say that? It's context. It's the Ho Chi Minh's defense. Oh, it's so good. EU needs more meetings. Yeah, so they can all pat themselves on the back. They should ask, is not rail if they know anything? Ooh, no, it's definitely the Russians. No one else could have been involved in this. Definitely not Nick Shirley, that's for sure. He was just on the way to Spain at the time. The last time the Moors invaded Spain, they stayed for 800 years. They're still there. Hey, remnants of their culture, their descendants. There's a really crazy place in Portugal, I think, where there are 2 castles on like a ridge line that are, within very close distances of one another. And the Moors and the Portuguese were basically set up constantly there, protecting themselves against one another. It's crazy, that history. Mr. Rabbit, how you go? Hope you're well. If you haven't already, yes, right, Ravy Baby's right. If you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Activate away. And if you're new here, subscribe for more or follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc. I got a clip about the Moors, but it's 10 minutes long and not saved for Twitch. Well, thank you for letting us know. That's very nice of you. Public service announcement, really. All right. Let's get another EU take on this one, shall we, before we go into other territory. Far Right Friday territory, can I just say? Oh, actually, let's get some comic relief before that. He's always across these things.
Last week, that illegal immigration.
Who are you with?
GB News. You said that illegal immigration is killing the UK. Nigel Farage today has proposed the use of the Royal Navy to combat small boats crossing the Channel. Do you think that European nations, including the UK, should be using their militaries to stop illegal immigration?
Look, you have to stop illegal immigration in Europe.
So he was just asked, like, what are your thoughts on the whole Ceuta situation at the moment? Like, do you have any thoughts about what Europe is doing? Can you please enlighten us? President Trump. Fake news. No, this is not the fake news. He loves this stuff. I told you, Europe's fallen.
Their militaries to stop illegal immigration.
Look, you have to stop illegal immigration in Europe. I know Europe better than anybody, better than the people that run it, and I have great relationships.
He knows Europe better than people who run Europe. Like Europeans that have spent their entire lives, that dedicated themselves to a political career, being a radical centrist and trying to dominate the mainland. I know Europe better than the Europeans. Idiots.
Anybody, better than the people that run it, and I have great relationships. Two things are killing Europe. Number one is immigration. Number two is energy. Like the UK, when you look at the UK, they have one of the best energy fields in the world, North Sea oil. Now, I think your new prime minister is going to actually open up from what I hear, I spoke to him, and he sounded terrific on this subject. But you open it up, you'll be a wealthy country. You keep it closed, you're going to be a bankrupt country, which is what you are now. Essentially, you're a bankrupt country. You have one of the greatest energy fields, the North Sea oil, one of the greatest fields in the world. You know, the UK buys its energy from Norway, who gets the energy from the North Sea, from not as vibrant a part of the North Sea oil was. You're sitting on top of gold, better than gold, and you don't do anything with it. It doesn't.
Remember, he was asked about his opinions on Ceuta. Just remember that. And now he's off on a tangent talking to this British journalist about why the UK economy sucks because they buy oil from Norway. He just loves oil. Just loves the oil. Come on. As opposed to morally bankrupt. It's so good. Oh my God. And debt of 100% of GDP. Yeah, and who has helped manufacture that? A bunch of radical centrists. That's right. Yeah, Heritage Foundation loves that oil money. And he's more than happy just to bring the conversation always back to oil and energy. Like, it was such a central feature in Project 2025. Reading that, like, so many passages about we got to get back to oil. Oil, 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 oil. Okay, if you're sure. I'm sure there's no other prospects going. We better just double down on that one. Okay, if you're sure. Putting Twitch and YouTube comments on screen screen, in my opinion, is a waste of screen space. So hard to read. Seems pointless to me. What's the reason? So people can talk. So like, fair enough. Cross-platform. I see. I like to give people the chance to communicate. But hey, it's up to you, man. Whether you pay attention to it or not. They got away with stealing oil from Venezuela. And the money from that is MIA. Yes. Oh my God. They took out Venezuela, world's largest oil producer or potential. Then they've taken Iran effectively out. And now they're telling everyone, hey, you got to get back on the oil. Hey, oil, 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 oil. Because it's the resource they can control. They've set up an entire empire to control not just like oil for their own consumption. They actually don't give a shit about that, apparently. Like, Americans are experiencing rising oil prices, or they're experiencing it at the pump. And so it's not like to make sure that the American consumer gets cheap gas. It's just about control. And so they have to restart the conversation, refocus the world and be like, just remember oil. Remember, hello, remember oil? Your country sucks. And why does it suck? It's because you're not mining the oil you have access to. Like, we set up an entire world network, basically, to ensure American dollar, oil, and the synergy that creates. So get back on oil, please. Like, you can trust us, right? The US wouldn't do anything to anyone just to get a control of oil resources. You can trust us on this, bro. Trust me, bro. The petrodollar is critical. Critical.
It doesn't work. You don't allow the oil companies in, and it doesn't work. And I spoke with your new prime minister. I was very impressed, and he sort of indicated to me, I said, look, you can be a wealthy country
Petrol versus gas versus gasolina.
or a bankrupt country. You have your choice. Not every country has that choice. Almost no country has that choice. But in the case of the UK, Scotland, I'm talking about Scotland, right off the shore, in Aberdeen, Scotland. That was Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe for years. And then one day the Liberals got in and they closed it. And your energy rates have quadrupled. You have among the highest energy prices in the world. You could cut them in half. You could give away free energy if you'd open up the North Sea. And it's good for another 500 years,
Is
maybe
that what
more.
the US has done? Is that what the US has done? You guys have had a fracking revolution. You have more oil than you can poke and stick at. And has the energy costs gone down for the average American consumer? Eh? Eh? It's all this. It's all this. Come on. It's not about bringing costs down. Eh? It's about controlling energy. Checks bills? Nope. Interesting. Fucking come on. It's all this, bro.
Probably 1,000 years.
Has our new Prime Minister restored your faith in the leadership of Britain? Or has our new Prime Minister restored your faith in the leadership of Britain, or do you think it's too late?
Dude, this is not about European migration at all. Come on. Just try to school this guy why the UK sucks and they should move back under oil. Like, those two things are very related, apparently. All right, one more. Let's get one more take on this. All right, this guy, I don't know. I am not a big fan of this guy at all. He seems way too slimy. Like, a lot of them are grifters, but this guy seems like he knows something that he's not letting on, and he doesn't care. Like, he knows better, but he just doesn't give a shit anyway. Konstantin Kizin from that trigonometry group. Anyway, he's going to give us his 2 cents now on the whole Ceuta situation and why, I don't know, Europe has fallen. You know the rhetoric. Like, look at these kids here. Eh? Europe has fallen. Look at them. Eh? Bloody kids. Coming to get you. I find it insane how cost of living keeps going up and the living wage stays the same or goes down. Like, at this rate, everyone is going to be lining up at the dole office for money and housing. Dude. And, like, yes. And has it been hard right or hard left? Well, no, wait. What's the right term we say now? Far left and far right politicians, political parties, and policies that have created this environment over the last so many decades. I would put it to you. It's the radical center. It's stagnated. The only thing that flows around is capital, and we all get to, like, live through austerity and shitty policy decisions just to hopefully attract capital. Foreign capital, mostly. We're worse off than 50 years ago. Dude, I'm telling you, it's the radical center. They've been at the helm, man. They did this. No, wittingly or unwittingly, I don't know. I would say they've probably done it pretty consciously, a lot of them, but hey. I prefer hard than far, to be honest. Let's just roll with it. That's so good. Well, it used to be hard. Yeah, it used to be rock hard. And now it's far, far away. Over there. On the edges. Can't be talked about because it's so far, far away.
This is a special message from the Office of Approved Opinions regarding the Ceuta incident. We are aware that over the weekend, many of you have expressed concerns at scenes from the Spanish city of Ceuta, where, according to the BBC's initial reports, several hundred doctors and engineers seeking asylum were seen to enter the country to facilitate further cultural enrichment. It was subsequent.
Yeah, several hundred doctors and engineers. What a fucking smartass.
Subsequently confirmed that the real number was over 60,000. Obviously, this is not a problem because diversity is our greatest strength, but it has allowed the far right to weaponize the issue of irregular migration. Some of the language used in relation to this incident has been completely unacceptable. Terms such as invasion, which accurately describe what you saw with your own eyes, are offensive and hurtful. In view of these concerns, we have compiled a list of fact checks to address.
I wonder if this guy's actually seen an invasion before. It doesn't look like a fucking water park, bro. But like, hey, it's an invasion. I think the actual Spanish Prime Minister actually said we are under attack. All right. So like you could actually use the language that they have been using officially. And this is the same Spanish Prime Minister that just allowed 1 million people to naturalize themselves. Mr. Pro-migration has even called this an attack. But no, you're not allowed to say invasion. Well, other people are. Calm down, bro. You whinge merchant. For sure. Cultural enrichment. I use that term all the time. So many tiny hat comments under these videos. Oh my god. KK Online, how you going?
Misinformation.
He's seen an invasion. He doesn't shut up about October 7. Ha. Interesting. Whoa.
Spread by nefarious online actors. False claim 1. The borders of Spain were breached by 60,000 illegal immigrants. This claim is false because the city of Ceuta is not located in mainland Spain. As people who have received the correct progressive education, you will be aware, if a piece of land is not attached to your country, it's not really your country. Pearl Harbor, for example, is not American, and the Isle of Wight is not British due to there being a stretch of water between them. False claim 2. 60,000...
Dude, come on. The claims were Spain has fallen. And we're talking about like this tiny territory off the coast on the other side of the Mediterranean, and the entirety of Spain has fallen. But I see what you did there. It's clever. He's clever. Hey?
Due to there being a stretch of water between them. False claim 2. 60,000 illegal immigrants coming into the country in a single day is unacceptable. This claim is false. It's true that 60,000 illegal immigrants breached the Spanish border in a single day, but a lot of them have now left. Think about it like this. If 60,000 men enter your house without your consent, and then most of them leave, is that really trespassing? False claim...
Wait, what? What? Is that if 60,000 men came into my house, is this the futuristic luxury gay space communism house that I will have that is at least 200 square meters like you get in Pyongyang if you cozy up to the supreme leader, or like my current dwelling, which is tiny? How, like, I don't know if I could fit 60,000 people in. Would I still call it trespassing if they came in and then left again without permission? Yes. I don't know what the point of that one was. 60,000 people came in and then took off again. It's still trespassing. Okay. Fair point. Go on. It's funny that he won't address the fact that they actually, or 90% of them did actually leave. Because then he can't, like, rage bait about it. But interesting. Let us continue, shall we?
3. They're economic migrants, not asylum seekers. This claim is false. Yes, when asked why they were coming, the migrants explained that they wanted to get money and welfare. But that is because they haven't yet been coached by do-gooding immigration lawyers to claim that they're genderqueer LGBTQ activists fleeing persecution. Many are also fleeing the climate crisis, which is why they've gone from North Africa to North Africa, where the climate is much better. False claim 4. These illegal
I think he's being sarcastic. No, he's definitely being sarcastic. He's the, what is it? The approved opinions police. He's showing us like how commies think about this type of stuff. He's definitely. But I think the point of his claim is that these people did trespass. And so call them what you want. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. Even if they've gone back again, they shouldn't have come. You know, fine. Fair enough. Calm down.
Immigrants will travel to other European countries. This claim is false. The city of Ceuta is on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, and as we have seen over the last decade, there is no way people can cross from Africa to Europe on boats. According to official estimates, only
But like, why didn't they then, bro? Like, if it's so easy and they do it all the time, then why would they swim around the headland? Like, wouldn't they have just done it? It happens all the time, as you're saying. Come on, man. Come on.
3 million people have crossed into Europe in this way since 2015, so there is nothing to worry about. False claim 5. This incident is the result of the socialist government of Spain offering an amnesty to up to 1 million illegal immigrants earlier this year. To suggest that there is any connection between government policy and people's behavior is wrong and offensive. Studies show no link between rewarding behavior and encouraging it, which is why we give children sweets every time they scream. False claim 6.
But like, I thought it was actually policy related, but there's a different policy. Like the Supreme Court or whatever in Spain recently made a judgment that if you arrive by sea into Spain, then you can get given some type of compensation or consideration and not just like turned back. And so that's why they swum around the headland. And it was a policy thing, but it wasn't the policy that he's talking about, that they naturalized 1 million people who were all from like former Spanish colonies in South America. It was policy related, but not this policy. You fucking idiot. Ha, oops, wrong policy. Well, like, if you're gonna say it, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's something about this prick. Like, he's deliberately being misleading there. Deliberately. Like, okay, fine. It was policy related. But, like, quote the right policy then. Don't trick your audience into agreeing with you. Disingenuous douchebag. If you've already got the upper ground, why do you have to lie to your audience? Like, these people would love this. Just at least tell them, give them the right information. All right? Okay. I think that's just lazy research. His audience would probably agree either way. Yeah, but like, so don't fucking lie to them then. Be like, yeah, it is because he let 1 million people in recently. Okay, yes, he did. And they also allow people to come by. Like, there was a separate decision on that one. Like, why not just go after the source? I'm sure, exactly like you've said, like, his people will still agree with him anyway. Some poor person he hired did a half-assed job. More like, he asked AI and ChatGPT gave him the wrong policy. I guess it doesn't matter in the end, does it?
Was an invasion. This claim is false. There is considerable evidence. False claim 6. This was an invasion. This claim is false. There is considerable evidence that the migrants were encouraged to enter Spain by the government of Morocco. How can it be an invasion if it's deliberately organized by a foreign country? Finally, we would like to assure the public that appropriate action is being taken. Individuals who have shared any of these false claims will be receiving a visit from specially trained police officers in order to check their thinking. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And remember, if you would like to get these updates earlier, head over to konstantinkissin.com.
No, thank you, bro. Enough. Leftists can only hear dog whistles. They can't hear sarcasm. Like, this literally was full of dog whistles. You do understand that, right, Han? That's what we're talking about. The dog whistle is like, did you know the Spanish government let in 1 million people? And it's just like, oh yeah, that's right. This must be related to that. As opposed to the actual policy that it's related to. No, it's definitely that. It's sarcasm. He set this up to prove a point. And he's just lying. Like, he doesn't even have to lie. He could tell the truth and get the same result. It's trigonometry. If you vaguely allude to being anti-establishment, his audience will love it. Blaz, how you going? Hope you're well. I say some poor trigonometry in turn because I expect better fact-checking from AI. Damn. But it's also meant to be satire. Yes. But, like, is it, though? Like, he's trying to prove a point. I will conquer Paris for you, Ravi, and you will eat steel. And we will eat and steal all their baguettes. So who's the one who wants to invade France? Was that you, Mr. Abbott? We could do that. Just need to get on a shitty looking boat. And when you touch down, they'll call it an invasion. He is at least consistently misleading. But also these jokes are taken very seriously by many big news networks. Oh my God, back again. Who is Candace Owens? What is going on with this person? This butt. The butt's back. Want to invade France for a few weeks next year? Let's do it. This person was already, or this bot was already doing this before earlier in the stream. They're back. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, very good. It's the is not real bots. Of course. Of course. Here to get us talking about Candace Owens. Of course. It's working. It's working. All right, let's have another piece of mainstream media take on this one. Where? I can't see it. Did it block me? Dude, you're blocked? Candace for Far Right Friday? I don't know, man. I don't want to put together a Candace list. But like, if somebody feels like doing that, I guess we could watch her. Oh, you got blocked? Really? By the bot? That's crazy. But poof, it's gone. No, I'm just blind and high. Oh, okay, fair enough. I was going to do it. But you can see. I can see again. All right, let's see. EU backs Spain. Spain's response in Ceuta. Did Morocco engineer this crisis? EU discusses after thousands of migrants cross into Ceuta from migrants. I guess this is the EU response. Why EU ministers are backing Spain's handling. Let's find out why they care.
The EU has passed the test. That's the assessment of the European Union's Commissioner for Migration after an emergency meeting that was called in response to last week's breach of Spain's border with Morocco. The incident sparked calls from some EU member states to suspend Spain from EU border agreements. Instead, interior ministers agreed on Tuesday to step up efforts against people smuggling and disinformation. Spain says almost all the 72,000 migrants who crossed into Ceuta have since returned to Morocco and that none of them have crossed into mainland Spain.
But we just heard that guy, Constantine or whatever his name is, say that like it's outrageous to think that these people could have got into Spain sarcastically, or like across the Mediterranean Spain. And we have this outrageous report here saying that none of them have made it across the Mediterranean. Who do we believe? Who? I don't know anymore. What's real, man?
Ceuta from Morocco stranded on the beach, their fate in limbo. Spain says an estimated 2,000 remain in its North African exclave after last week's mass breach of the border. Aid workers have begun handing out food and water. For many of the migrants, the first help after several days of waiting.
Look at these hippies, eh? Giving people food and water. Lazy migrants stealing all the laying on the beach jobs.
But while the vast majority of last week's arrivals have since returned to Morocco, the political fallout is far from over. Scenes of tens of thousands of people crossing the EU's external border uncontrolled sparked an immediate backlash against Spain from some EU member states. An emergency meeting of EU interior ministers was called for Tuesday to discuss what happened in Ceuta. Spain told other EU members that none of the bloc's internal border security mechanisms was compromised and that none of the migrants moved on to other countries, a position backed up by the EU.
For the time being, Europe, I think, has definitely passed this test. People did not manage to enter the Schengen area, and security at the border was resolved quickly. The key now is for the European Union to act, I would say, in a united manner and also draw the right conclusions from these events.
But we did it. We stopped them. They're all patting themselves on the back about this. Crazy. I want to know how the guy that runs around with a counter for all these claims, 50,000, 60,000, 100,000, numbers thrown without a question or validity, no fact. Very interesting. It is. Because now it's 72,000. What was it just a couple of days ago? We were running with 50 to 60,000. Now it's 72,000. Who does the counter? Yeah, my counter was out. It's actually close to the 500,000. Well, do you remember we heard Trump talking about it on the day of? And he was just like, they've let in hundreds of thousands of people. Spain has fallen. Like, they don't even know exactly where these people have come from and how they got across the Mediterranean into mainland Spain. Hundreds of thousands of people. Spain has fallen.
Italy, with its own hardline stance on migration, says the Ceuta border incident shows the need for even tougher policies. Many of the migrants remaining in Ceuta say they're hoping to apply for asylum. And even if they're pushed back to Morocco, their dreams of a better life in Europe aren't going to go away.
Our special correspondent Nimisha Jaiswal is in Ceuta and joins us from there now. Nimisha, bring us up to date. What's happening where you are today?
Sorry, not interested. I actually wanted to know what the EU had to say about this. And so the EU are literally just like patting themselves on the back. We did it, everybody. We staved off the invasion. We sent resources and money to Spain and they dealt with it. So everybody can just calm down. That's all. The outcome of the EU Interior Ministers' emergency meeting on Ceuta. Other EU countries expressed their solidarity.
Terry, a real change of tune, at least in terms of the rhetoric from other EU countries towards Spain. They were expressing solidarity and saying they stood by Spain. Now, of course, that is in opposition to what we saw over the weekend, which was a kind of cacophony of different responses from EU states and quite a lot of blame laid at Spain's feet. The EU's Migration Commissioner said that the EU had faced a test to its security and also to its solidarity, and this is a test that it had passed. Now, of course, if it were not the EU itself writing that report card, I think you might see some very different assessments of what this actually means for the EU, given especially on that solidarity point that there were such divisions. And also, I think what this is a reminder of is that if you want to destabilise the entire EU politically, migratory pressure on one border is certainly a way to do it. I mean, there was such political fallout from these dramatic images.
Gang, how you going? Good morning. Hope you're well. A school of 70,000 people swimming to Spain. Where's the footage? Yeah, I'd like to see that actually. Swimming into Spain, like across the Mediterranean. Like when you see those crazy, like Iron Man like video footage and like everyone's like scrambling to do the swimming leg of the race. Wouldn't make it very far. Dilemmas has entered the chat with a like button drive-by, passing listening most of the day. Passive, sorry, listening. Dilemmas, it's good to have you. Hope you're well. We're just looking at the border crisis that's taking Europe by storm. There's been an emergency EU meeting to talk about like the 70,000 people that crossed over into Ceuta temporarily and then went back over the border. But it's a crisis for the EU to deal with, and they need to spend resources on it, provide Spain with personnel, and then turn around after criticizing Spain, turn around and then say, hey, we did it, guys. We fought off the invasion. While Europe, for the most part, is on fire. There's fires everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced, and thousands of people have lost their homes, and hundreds of people are dying. But not that crisis. This crisis. And it was all done by Russia as well. So the claims have been made. So good. Outrageous. It is. It's crazy. And like, you're just in time for some surely not. And I just say, surely not. We're going to watch his take on all of this.
That we saw over the weekend. The EU's Migration Commissioner also really wanted to stress that irregular migrant arrivals to the EU up until now in this year have been really falling. We've seen historic lows in some countries, including Sweden and Denmark. But he says he understands also that these were dramatic images.
I heard again, is not rail weaponizing Morocco against Spain. Well, that was coming from Russia, and now the EU is saying that it's Russia's fault. So it's an interesting one, isn't it? But you know what's funny though, Dilemmas? It's like, how did Nick Shirley get there in time to see this? Unless he had an inside scoop, like it was a manufactured. Or maybe he's just on Spanish Instagram or something like that. Or Moroccan Instagram. And he was watching the viral posts go around. Hey everyone, we're going to swim around and get into Ceuta. Who's coming? Nick Shirley's like, I'll be there, boys. On the plane now. Oh, it was Russia and evil Putin being evil for evil's sake? Yeah, 100%. Maybe it was North Korea, actually. We're not sure. That's the logical conclusion. If it's not the Russians, it was North Korean hackers. Somebody's done it, right? Come on.
Would have shocked people across the EU, and he also paid tribute to the dozens of people who died in these events over in Ceuta, and noted that each one of them means a person whose family will no longer see them.
And we did hear a number of EU countries criticizing Spain initially, at least, but Ceuta is not part of the Schengen travel area. It's not connected to the European mainland. Ooh, wow. Most of the migrants who cross to Ceuta...
Thank you very much. Banso Bandit, thank you. Thank you very much. For your assistance, start paying a minimum wage. Wrong. Which assistant? Like the research assistant? You want me to start paying ChatGPT? Hell no. I'm not paying for that. I get the free service. Thank you very much. If you're talking about our friend, Voltateur, who's helping with the clippy, then all right, spread the love then, shall we? Bansaw, thank you very much. The conclusion is whatever gives the Pentagon the biggest funding boost. Ha. Ha. Wow. See, we got to do this. We got to spend another $500 billion. In this economy, assistance payee. Yes. Yeah, don't you forget it. That's right. There's all the assistants out there in the chat. Literally doing what you're doing. Paying me in this economy. In this weird social media landscape.
Were swiftly returned to Morocco. So why are other EU member states
I accept sloppy toppy. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a sex thing? I need Ravy to interpret that for me.
concerned, Rosie?
Well, that is precisely the question that Spain has been raising. It has especially been locking horns with Italy, which suspended Schengen.
We're not going to get anything else from this. All right, EU is literally circle jerking themselves right now. Literally, just being like, yeah, we did it. Oh, yeah, we did such a good job. We stopped this crisis. And everyone's just like, wait, what? What are you talking about? And like, if you're really worried about it, it was Russia anyway, so don't worry about it. We did it. It wasn't just Spain. I know we blamed Spain at the start when everyone was freaking out, so we just blamed Spain and threw them under the bus. But like now everything's settled down and most of the migrants are going home. It was us. It was the EU. We did it. And if it wasn't for our assistance, then Spain would have fallen. Sloppy toppy from No Tooth Terry down at the shoppy. Okay. I'm not sure if people actually speak English anymore or if I've just forgotten the English language, but I'm just going to roll with this. Jesus E. All to read out. Of all to read out. Okay. I'm just going to leave that one there. All right. This is it. We've been working up to this. I know it's not Far Right Fridays, but hey, it's topical. Let's do this. Spain will regret this. Inside the migrant invasion of Ceuta, Spain. How did he get there? How did he do this? Honestly, how did he do this? I'm not sure. Baby, take your teeth out and try it sometime. I think I'm getting an understanding here. Right. Okay. How did he get there? Plane. Okay, fair enough. Clever. I see what you did there. But you know my insinuation. How did he get there in time for this event? Let's find out, shall we? Nick Shirley and Mansilla. Who's Mansilla? Must be a friend of his. Maybe a plane from Qatar. Be surprised if he flew over that area. It's all military-aged men. 100% coordinated invasion by Russia, accordingly to the EU. Right. Tardas. Yeah, right. Leering Center. Oh, man. No, the one they donated to Shirley's boss? Yes. Hey, here's Air Force One, bro. It's not as secure as the old one, but like you can have it. Go check out the chandelier, brother. Eric, I want to know how he got into Cuba. I want to know how he got out of Cuba, Eric. That's the real question. He had a general, a 2-star general. Is that what he said? I can't remember. Chasing him, and he still got out of Cuba, risked his life in the name of journalism. And now we get more stuff like this. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. No way.
Federal police have...
Oh, we're gonna watch that one next. All right. Apologies. Let's get back to it. It's because of Spain offering and this day and social services. Okay. By the skin of his ass, he nearly didn't make it out. Yes, apparently. All right, let's do this.
This is a crazy situation right now.
Pedro Sánchez, gracias. Pedro Sánchez, Viva España, Viva España.
Do you think it will take vigilantes to actually make a difference here inside of Europe?
I'm the first vigilante here. They're gonna fear me.
¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí? Now they're all coming down, being walked down the mountain right now. Here in Spain, they received over 60,000 migrants who came across from the Moroccan border into the country of Spain. This is mainland Spain right behind me. However, right now I'm heading over to Ceuta, which is actually a town in Spain. However, it is on the African continent. There's a few towns that are part of Spain that are on the African continent, and Ceuta is one of them. Literally over 60,000 migrants came across their border. A lot of people are wondering what actually happened. So therefore, we're heading there right now to see it for ourselves. These migrants quite literally came over by the truckloads into Spain, and people are wondering if it's a coordinated attack or if it was just the Moroccans that were coming over and seeking for a better life, or if it was an actual invasion. And just recently, in April, the Prime Minister of Spain came out with a plan to give over 500,000 migrants legal status here inside of the country.
It's the thing, you can't connect the two. You're not allowed. That's what all the woke hippies say. You can't connect the two. Not allowed, man. This gave me Lauren Southern vibes, if you know what she got famous for. Nixtradamus.
Right now, we're heading over to Ceuta to see it for ourselves. We'll be speaking with the migrants themselves, with the Spaniards, and we'll even be going to the border to see what actually happened here inside this town. And right now, if you are not subscribed to the channel, we're so close to 2 million subscribers. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button, give this video a like, and now let's see what is actually happening.
Do it, bro.
Now
Anyone? Nick's so close to getting to the 2 mil mark. Do him a favor. Do me a favor. Do it for Nick.
to start, I met up with citizen vigilante by the name Mancia, who saw and predicted that the migrants were coming just days before, and now let's go see what is happening. We've arrived now, and we're here with Mancia. Mancia's from here in Spain. Right now we have a group of men right here. Look, they're covering up their faces. ¿Eres de Morocco? You from Morocco?
No ladrones, no carteristas.
¿Por qué vinieron aquí a España?
No hablar mucho.
Trabajo.
Trabajando, no carteristas, no ladrones.
¿Cruzaste nadando?
Yeah.
Nadando. Okay. These people don't want to leave. They want to go to Europe. They want to go to Spain. So that's their mission here. That's why they crossed by swimming.
On July 31st was the day when
You are 0.1% the way there. When you say it like that, so much hope. And you watch me, bro, when I get close to that 2 million mark as well. You watch me go hard. Hey, if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm watching you, asshole. We're almost there. 0.1% of the way there.
quite literally 60,000 people came across, and right now a lot of those young men have returned back.
Oh, damn, I thought he was there for it. That sucks. Come on, man. Why didn't he just take Air Force One and get there? He's there after the fact. Oh, man.
To Morocco, but now you just have groups of these men walking around this town, just like this one right here.
These groups are creating insecurity. The military are here.
20 here, 30 there, 80 over there. Where's the 70,000? We're working up to it. All right. He's going to go around, do a head count. Everybody stay still. Going to start counting.
This is Morocco.
He said one thing. He said, this is Morocco. One of them said, this is Morocco because they think this is Morocco, but Spain, this has been Spanish since 400 years. 400 years before Morocco got his independence. So it doesn't make any sense. But still they say this is Morocco.
Is this the
Pen tester in the house. How are you? Nick got there on a flotilla. Could you imagine? He started sailing like, 3 months ago? But not a sex flotilla? I don't know, man. Even Nick has to do stuff, if you know what I mean, to get that sweet, sweet journalism. Just one of his mum's probs. Dude, so good. It's my mum's sex flotilla. Come on. I'm pausing to count. I'm on it.
first stop for most migrants to head up into the rest of Europe?
Yes. This is the main door, the main gate. Yeah.
And right now we're heading to the border. Here we go. We've made it here to the border, and a lot of these migrants are actually now going back to Morocco. So for instance, right here we have a group of Moroccans that are now going back to Morocco. So right here is where they all came into the country, and right now they're going back to Morocco.
But there's another 3 for you. Ben saw Ben. I hope you're keeping the count up. Look at this straggler. What are you doing, bro? You and your friends have already gone home. I'm in me mum's sex flotilla. Oh, it was definitely a sex flotilla. Did you see how hard he gripped that mic? That wrist got a workout. Hercules at the gate.
Now there are still thousands upon thousands of migrants out inside the city, and we'll be finding them in just a moment. However, it's super important for you guys to understand exactly what happened at the border. So this is the border right now. We do have some people that were turning themselves in, and now they're saying just go back to Morocco. And it looks like you guys do have some floaties out now to stop people from coming in. Were those there before?
The thing is, I don't understand why they didn't put this before when this started. Why now? Why now? That's my question.
Do you think it was coordinated to let them all come in that day?
It's coordinated because I cannot imagine a country like Morocco, which is investing heavily in cybersecurity, in military, how these people is investing heavily.
What was the thing there? Morocco ranks 59th in the world in terms of military power. There you go. Hey, if I add Shirley, I get 62 without 61. Just saying. Bowl rip every time floaties are talked about.
in cybersecurity, in military, how these people can get out of control in this country. It's unbelievable. Nobody can believe this is not coordinated.
You guys are going back to Morocco?
Yes. ¿Cuándo viniste aquí?
Ask them why they came here and what's the situation
Where did you go? When did you come here? 3 days ago.
like in Morocco.
They came thinking that they will have work and food here, and there is not, so they go back.
How come everyone came in flip-flops? ¿Por qué todos vinieron aquí en chanclas?
Viva Harraga! Viva Harraga وفسحة كما العالم.
What was it like the day everyone started coming in?
Why are they all coming in flip-flops? Eh? Come on. Did somebody just quote a Vine? Did someone quote the ancient texts? Oh, man. Yeah, like it literally come over like it was a weekender. It's coming over for a holiday. See if there's any work, any food. Then we're just going to go back. The NYPD spends more annually than the Moroccan government does on its military. Hey, I see what you did there. Isn't that crazy as well? NYPD, bigger budget than many militaries around the world. Militaries. Why does he think Moroccans speak Spanish? Do they speak Spanish? Well, hopefully the ones that are trying to get into Spanish territory, eh? Eh? What are they going to do? They're not going to integrate. They're not going to assimilate very well if they don't speak Spanish. Am I right? Let's close off 100 meters of beach. Why didn't we do it ages ago? What's blue and yellow and sits at the bottom of the pool? Baby with slashes floaties. What's red and yellow and floats at the top of the pool? Floaties with slashed baby. Damn. Savage. Savage joke there. Ass emulate. Is that a sex thing? I guess.
Esto es un jaleo muy grande. Nos han hecho un alboroto total.
So now we have another person going back to Morocco. When everyone came through, they actually closed down all the shops because they were afraid all the towns were about to get looted. So when all the migrants came over here, they thought they were going to get food, they were going to try to get jobs, but all the stores were closed. Everyone just came through the border. They swam from the Moroccan side. Those floaties weren't there at the time, so they all just swam in.
They're talking about the floaties. Hope you're keeping up there, Ravy.
Walked across the border here.
They were swimming and walking through these rocks. Someone crossing.
So right now you have a group of people trying to swim in right now, and then you also have people being taken back into Morocco from the Spanish police. While people are actively trying to swim into Spain right now, you actually have them also sending the people back to Morocco at the same time. Looks like you had the Navy out here. Where were they out the day when everyone came through?
They came the day after.
Benaberry, no way. Back for more pain. Viva Spain. She has nice maracas. Giddy up.
This ship, in order to provide support.
And how did you know that people were going to start crossing into Spain the day that they did? Because you came all the way from Madrid.
Yeah, I came all the way over from Madrid by car because from Monday I started to see in the news that a little amount of people was doing that, but not at this dimension. It started slowly and then got completely out of hands.
And so you saw it ahead of time, but the military and the police didn't.
Correct. That's a good point. I didn't think about that, but yes.
So you think they could have done something to stop this?
Yeah, they could did something beforehand, for sure. That's why all the Spanish people think that this was kind of coordinated.
As we get away from the border, people are still in.
Spain needs Franco back. Damn. I think that's basically the long and the short of content like this. He's like, yes, we need a bit of Franco back. He'd sort this stuff out. And brutally. And he'd do it to the Spanish people as well. Let's be honest. Not just to Moroccans. He'd be doing it to Spanish people. And that's what people really want. They want to see that. Brutalize the domestic population. Foreigners, who cares? Just rule with an iron fist. That's the main thing. Makona. Oh my god. He's still trying. My parents lived during the Civil War. Yes. Yep. Okay. So they must know exactly what Franco's capable of then.
Floaties coming across. You have all these people sleeping here in the back of this shop right here, and now you have lines of people waiting to get food. What did you think when you saw all these people coming across? Would you say this was an invasion?
Yes, an invasion is armed with weapons.
In Spain. Yeah, I'm assuming if you're talking about Franco, you're referring to the Spanish Civil War. Got it. And yes, he was very nice to Spanish people. All Spanish people. It's just as long as you're not a foreigner or Moroccan.
I think this is an occupation because they are not coming with weapons. But it's an occupation, for sure. The people from Ceuta, they couldn't even eat. They couldn't even go to the supermarket for 3 days. The people of Ceuta was suffering this situation. They couldn't go to the supermarket, they couldn't go to the pharmacy, they couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't go to the street because a lot of security, a lot of big groups of guys hanging out in the street.
And now we're coming upon a big group of men, and there's no woman. I haven't seen a single woman going back or coming.
1% was woman.
So here's everyone coming in right now. It looks like they're opening up shops for people to come in and get some food. Is everyone from Morocco? Todos son de Morocco? Everyone's from Morocco. ¿Y por qué vinieron aquí? Why'd you guys come here? ¿Por qué vinieron?
بس الرجعوا فور تراباخو فور مانجاري فور كل شيء اسبانيا no tengo Marruecos no mangiare no trabajo Marruecos.
How old are you guys? ¿Cuántos años tiene?
23. 28.
Me llamo Hamza. ¿Cuántos años? 21.
Pregúntales si estaba organizado desde Marruecos o por redes sociales.
لا ما قالوا الناس في تيك توك كلهم مغرب وما
The police in Morocco, they told them to come.
Right now we have this young kid translating for us. We just asked them if they came through because of social media and TikTok, and they just said that the Moroccan police let them in. Why'd you come here to Spain? ¿Por qué vinieron aquí a España?
I guess this answers your question, Hunt. What was the question before? This is what he's asking them. Was it TikTok that did it? No. The Moroccan police asked us to come here. Oh, they speak Spanish. Okay. Well, I'm assuming, I guess if you're going to go into Spain, you have to speak a little bit of the language because they're looking for work and food. It's not the usual message that you get from these type of migrants, I guess, or from the narrative about these type of migrants. I thought they're just trying to get into some country that has a welfare system so they can get on the dole, sit around on the beach all day and collect that nice paycheck. Prime military age. It's an invasion. Interesting. Wow. And they were disappointed to find out there was no work for them and no food. So they moved on. Why didn't they just stay for the benefits? It's somewhat satisfying to see the Spanish get invaded. Huh. Wow. Calmer. Hundreds of years in the making.
Porque no tengo vivis a Marruecos.
¿Y por qué?
I have no life in Morocco.
Porque no
Why?
tengo
I don't have work. I don't have
vivis,
money.
no tengo trabajo, no tengo dinero.
The situation here is getting a little dicey right now. Everyone just comes out yelling. Nobody really knows what language. I'm speaking English, Spanish. They're speaking broken Spanish and Moroccan.
Amigo, gracias, muchas gracias.
Ahora a Londres, ¿dónde vas?
Amigo, Marruecos.
Europa.
Para Europa.
Todo
¿Qué
Europa.
parte?
Nosotros todo Europa. Hasta, te digo yo, hasta Rumanía. Rusia necesita mano obra barata, Marruecos manda. Derechos humanos. No hay Marruecos, no hay derechos humanos. No. Pues vamos a buscarlo. Hasta en China, derechos humanos.
There are no human rights in Morocco. We're going to go all the way to China if we have to fight them. Interesting. Spain definitely had their turn. Similar people come to the US and say, this is my country. and I need a job. Same stuff. I think it's pretty rich coming from an Anglo country to question how many languages countries in and around Europe speak. Poor with smartphone. Yeah, I couldn't help but think about that as well. So good. We don't have any money. But you got a smartphone. That's the power of surveillance capitalism. Even in parts of the maldeveloped world where people don't have regular access to water or electricity, everybody's got a smartphone so they can be watched by Mark Zuckerberg. I prefer if he just kept not speaking English.
A group of them that all came through from Morocco. Where are you guys going now? Paris, Londres.
Madrid, Barcelona, Almania, Bruxelles, Belgica, Danemark, Holanda. يا من يامال, I love you.
And how old are you guys?
El mundo.
28. He's 28. 28.
21.
21. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí?
Here's the one. Here's the clip that they got from before. Why are there no women here? Women are in the house, like it says in Islam.
All these men right here, not a single woman in sight. He said something about woman in Islam. What does Islam think about women?
Yeah, he was saying that Islam says.
Can you see how excited Nick is? He's like, fuck yeah, we got him. Not only have we got illegals that are just hanging out in this beautiful coastal area, destroying the place, but they also said something about Islam. We got him. It's the double whammy. He's rock hard right now. They, technocrats, need to be able to find their cheap slave labor. Man. It's more than just a phone. It's the best surveillance device ever. And people just do it for free. They surveil themselves. They have their grooming strategy, cooking. Islam didn't make you a packed lunch. Yeah. When you're crossing borders and swimming around headlands.
That woman must be kept at home.
So they leave all their wives back in their country where there's no money, no jobs, no food, but then they come here all by themselves?
Correct.
You as a woman, how did you feel seeing 40,000, 60,000 migrants come across the border here?
Me sentí amenazada. No podía salir con el bebé. No podíamos.
I felt threatened I couldn't go outside with my baby. All right, he's worried about the women now. Let's do this. We couldn't go outside. I live up high, but my neighbor lives on the ground floor. They were scared. They were going to break into the house. It's dangerous when they come in and rush. It is dangerous. There you go.
That the women here feel threatened. Amenazados.
I feel very, very angry. I cannot understand how we let our own woman live with fear, running to their homes with the baby. Like, I don't want to stay in the street. I go home. Thank you. I'm not gonna allow this. Any Spanish guy shouldn't allow this. If we are men, if we are real men, we should do something right now.
And you're the only one out here.
I'm the only one here from Madrid. No one didn't came with me. No one wanted to come with me.
Do you think if strong men don't stand up for countries in Europe and America, they'll eventually fall?
Yes. If we don't wake up now, we will fall for sure.
If there ain't strong men out there, then we're all doomed. Where are the hordes of migrants that he had in that original clip? Oh, here we go. We finally get to them. Let's see. I'm sorry. I can't sit through half an hour of this. It's awful. It's not his finest work. Where did Shirley hire this guy from? Social media, man. They've been cross-pollinating audiences for a long time on their sex flotilla.
Now we're at a cemetery, and here at the cemetery, you have a group of migrants who have...
Yeah, where are the strong, hunky men? Yeah, I want a bunch of hunks out there protecting Western civilization. Eh? Ripped dudes protecting us. Strong men. Eh? That like a good sex flotilla.
Taking the cemetery, there's a fountain over there, a fountain over here, and a fountain down below. They're using the cemetery to shower and clean out all their clothes. So this is quite literally where they're showering. They're using the cemetery
At Mardi Gras. Look, look, so good. This is peak journalism right here. Look at these people using a public fountain. I knew it. They come here and they take away all of our goods and services. You watch, they'll be on the dole next, in line for welfare. First, it's the public water. Then it's the welfare. Feel sorry for these people just trying to survive. Especially like most of the responses, if not all of the responses he's gotten so far. Why did you come here? Because I heard there was work and food. And there is none. So I'm going back. Like, it's not even just... Like, he hasn't heard once yet. It's just like, I am here to destroy Western civilization. I have a hell-bent desire to wipe out the West. I haven't heard that one yet. I'm still waiting for that one to come up. Dead man's shower. Cemetery great for sleeping. But who's going to protect my hole from those strong, hunky, conservative men? Oh, that's my type. The dole circulates taxes back into society. Better than a rich guy hoarding boats and houses. Yeah, especially if you can't protect your borders. What's the point of the rich guy hoarding the boats and the houses now? Might get swamped. First the water, then the world. I get it. Nobody wants their comfortable way of life interrupted, but you gotta help out your fellow man. But they're coming for the water fountains. Stormcrow, are you not seeing this? I knew it. Look at these 4 guys hanging around a water fountain. I'm so glad he got on the plane as fast as he did and traveled here so he could capture these 4 guys hanging around, having a shower. Holding messages so the scrolling chat doesn't go too hard. Then Ninja comes in hot. And he can't do much about the Twitch files. They're a mind of their own over there. I think they're coming for free stuff from the Spanish government. Why wouldn't you come? But like, are they though? Like, that's the $1 trillion question here. Unless all these guys are just lying. But they came for work and food. Found there was none, and then went back. But the story is, oh, they're coming for all the free stuff in Spain. And like, I'm sure if he could have found people to say that, he would have been like, fucking great. Edit that in. Edit that in. Soros is behind this one. Who said it? Who said that Soros was the communist? The communist Soros. Evil communist. Maybe it was Saint Chi. Did you hear there was an invasion in Spain from Macona, Victoria? Oh my god. Instructions unclear. I was a little confused. They were there too, but hey, somehow it feels more correct. I've heard someone say it. One of the migrants? Ah, okay, fair enough. Well, I hope Nick catches it, because what a waste of a trip that would have been.
A representation of what's actually happening here. The people died for this country,
It's been a long
and now
spread.
you have migrants that are showering on their graves. Kind of crazy to think about. You as a man from Spain, to see that migrants are now showering on the dead graves of people who died for Spain, how does that make you feel?
If my ancestors, these are my ancestors, these, all of them, are my ancestors. If they wake up,
I thought he was from Madrid. Maybe he's just like the collective we, right?
up, they will say, this is insane, this is insane. Send them back immediately. Immediately.
And now right here, it looks like the
Is this stage? I don't know, man. Like, look, we'll give you guys like $5. Can you just hang out at the cemetery for a second? Oh yeah, we can do that. We could definitely. These are my ancestors. Sort of. Like, like generally.
Military has grabbed a group of the guys that were up in the mountain. Now they're all coming down, being walked down the mountain right now. And once again, not a single woman in sight. This is all just a group of men right here, all being escorted down the mountain from the Spanish military. There's another group back there as well. And right here in the mountains, we have another group of people who are getting pushed down the mountain from the Spanish military. It looks like the Spanish military, the Spaniards, are starting to do something about this migrant crisis.
Starting? What's going on here? I was wondering the same thing. Feels more theatrical than usual. More theatrical? Like more than the Cuba, like the Cuba one was so good, dude. Like, come on. It's like guided tours in NK, but invaders instead of fake strap hangers. Oh man, what's the difference between NK? Okay, Cuba was wild, dude. Cuba was crazy, especially at the end when they're running around the streets at 4 a.m. getting away from the general. That was so good. And they're in the hotel room and they're just like, oh my god, we had the same guy following us for days. What are we gonna do, man? Soros isn't a communist. He hunted Jews with Nazis as a boy. LOL. Dude, where did you get that from? Or is this like some joke that I'm not across here? $5 whole American dollars for any of you fine young men to walk down a mountain for my video. I think I've got more in me. Well, don't go to Ceuta anytime soon. Unless you've got a job, then that's fine.
Gotten really, really bad. All these people are now fleeing, coming down the mountain, being pushed down from the Spanish military, and the police are coming up right now.
Super newbie? Are you more conservative, libertarian, liberal? I don't know, man. You're not going to be happy with the answer to this one. Just look at my tags. The first one should do it for you. Anti-capitalist. So by all accounts, I'm probably you, I guess. I'm probably a liberal or a lefty. I'm probably woke, like all that sort of stuff. But I don't think that necessarily places it very well. I'm traditional left. How about that? I care about the working class. That's all I really care about. That's my politics. Everything else is entertainment at this point in time. Oh, I see. I assume you prefer planned economies. Now we're cooking. Yeah, for sure. Like at this stage of capitalism, yes, you need a planned economy. Like there's way too much capital investment required to industrialize and stay advanced in that industrialization. Like look at AI for an example. Can't get that without spending hundreds of billions of dollars, apparently. That requires planning, not the invisible hand of the market. Let's be honest. Who should be in charge? Where? Like, where are you from? I don't know if I can really answer that question. I'm far right on Thursday night for Far Right Fridays. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Yeah, I'm far right on Fridays. How about that? Everybody's far right on Fridays. The people should be in charge. Ah, man, I missed an opportunity. Thank you, Volta. Thank you. There you go, super newbie. The workers should be in charge. Rather than asking someone whether they're conservative, libertarian, or liberal, why aren't you asking, where do I find information to join my union? Marxist LTV is nonsense, right? I don't know what that is. Is that like a channel or something? Like a Marxist, like LTV, like Leninist TV? Is that what that is? I'm not sure. I'm not across it. I'm sorry. I'm from America, but who is in charge of the people? I don't need a union. Sounds fun though. But who is in charge of the people? I don't know. themselves. Oh, Marxist labor theory of value. Oh, rightio. Is it, and you're asking me if it's nonsense? Very interesting. No, I don't think so. Like, I generally believe that, like, value, like actual value, comes from, like, human endeavor, like human work. If humans didn't do stuff, like, we wouldn't have anything that you see around you. Like, so, like, I think it's, the proof is kind of in the pudding. Like, anything that you have around you right now, unless you're, like, naked in the middle of the forest somewhere. Everything around you, like, humans did that. So, like, we find these things to be self-evident. As in that, like, labor creates stuff. You know, everybody is welcome, including you, as long as you come with an open heart, a spirit for learning, and respect for the space mystery has created. So good. Thank you. I mean, I might sound crazy, but I prefer to live in America than nations there that are communist, like the USSR, North Korea, or Vietnam. I don't know, man. Like, Vietnam sounds nice. I don't know if I'd live in North Korea, unless I was living on that Scientist Avenue or whatever it was called, Scientist Street. That looked sick. USSR, like USSR when? Just after the revolution, when capitalism was failing in the Western world because of the Great Depression, and the USSR was killing it, and people were getting, like, free education, they were being fed, they had greater rights than in most Western countries. Are we talking about, like, USSR towards the end, just before the fall of the Berlin Wall? I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Russia is way better than USA. Not even close. Damn, there it is. 100-hour labor to create a gate versus life-saving medical device. Equal value. I don't know, man. That's a very, very warped view of the labor theory of value, especially in a Marxist sense. You might have to look up something, like Google it yourself, but there's an idea called socially necessary labor time. So, yeah, socially necessary labor time, like, kind of negates this idea that, oh, well, I spent 100 hours making a fence. That's as good as someone spending 100 hours cutting out a brain tumor. Hey, am I right? Am I right? No, you're not. Unfortunately. It doesn't work like that. But hey, it's a hard concept. I give you that. It's a very hard concept. All right. Gus, what makes Russia better? Well, they did make Tetris. Yeah. And they had a great space program. Great.
As the police made a push to get everyone down the mountain, due to the sheer amount of people that crossed into the country when they opened up the gates, there were so many people and so many children that entered, we headed to a camp where there were tons of abandoned children. Familia?
No, no.
¿Cuántas personas vinieron con usted? How many people came with you? Why'd you come here? ¿Por qué vinieron aquí? Why'd you come?
Quieren ir a España, sí, a Madrid, Barcelona, cualquier sitio.
How old are these kids right here?
15, 16, 18, 15, 14.
15, 14 years old. And where are their parents?
Están en Marruecos.
Who decides which is of more value? Well, I think you're kind of getting confused with the concept. The concept is not which is of more value, but what is value. And so value isn't like money or an item as such. Value is labor, objectified. So when labor takes the form of something, a good or a service, then it has value because it has been transferred from human with intent to make something. And so, like, value is value. Now, what you're saying is, like, what is of more importance? Well, then I'm assuming to someone who has a brain tumor and needs a doctor that is capable of taking out said brain tumor, then that type of value is of way more importance to someone with a brain tumor. But like somebody who doesn't have a fence or a brain tumor but wants a fence, then maybe they put more value or more importance in getting a laborer to come to their house and making a fence. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you're pulling my leg here or if you actually want to know. But you've gone from objective value to subjective value. Yeah, but you're using the word value in a weird way. I'm talking about, or in an interchangeable way. There is value, like a thing, and there is like something that I value, which is subjective. So like we're talking about different things. That's why I use the word importance. So like, yes, to someone with a brain tumor, a surgeon, a brain surgeon would be of great importance and the value that they produce through their labor. But like to someone that doesn't have a brain tumor and wants a fence or a gate, then they would seek the value that could be provided by a laborer. I see what you're doing, but like that's why I'm saying you might have to revisit the concept. It's not easy. It's a hard concept. So, look up socially necessary labor time. I think that's an important concept to be able to hold. Because yes, not all labor is equal, not all in a system, especially in an industrial system. The media is really good at demonizing these people. When you hear from them like this, you can see that they just want a better life for them and their families. Pretty much. This guy, like, I just want, like most of the people we've seen so far from Nick Shirley. I don't know what Shirley's trying to prove with this one, but it's just people that are just like, I came here for work. And we didn't find it. Most of us fucked off from where we came from.
So, are you guys nervous?
Tranquilo.
No, we
Lamine Yamal or Ronaldo?
رونالدو ما كاين لا لامين يامال لا رونالدو الوالده تعيش الوالده.
I didn't know what questions to ask him. So I was like, Lamine Yamal or Ronaldo?
Gracias.
Adios. How old are you guys?
My name is Anas. I'm 21. I'm Moroccan. But there is no work there.
no trabajo, no.
Viva España.
15.
You're 15 years old.
15 years old.
Sus padres?
Español. Papa y mamá في المارويكوس.
No papa, no mama.
عمري كانت ساكن في فاس جينا لهنا باش نمشيو اسبانيا. Morocco is beautiful.
In Morocco, we don't have a future there.
الدراري ديالنا ما عندهمش مستقبل تما فهمتيني.
So here they're all showering. This is where these guys have set up. They're showering out of these buckets right here. It's actually really sad to see this. This is how they're cleaning their clothes.
Dude, Stormcrow, I think Nick is having a moment here. This is actually really sad to see this. I feel for these people. He's like, no, wait. I came here to demonize them. They're invading. I shouldn't have feelings.
Buckets right here. It's actually really sad to see this. This is how they're cleaning their clothes. This is where these guys are getting their water at to shower. They're showering out of buckets right now. They're getting it from this pipe underneath the street right now.
Looks like Nick might be showing some empathy. Oh, he's definitely having a moment. Hey, there's some realization going on. This is really sad. Let me get a close-up. Hey, come on. He's having a breakthrough. Shirley, really trying to understand them and asking follow-up questions. Is he doing the follow-up questions today? I guess he's not, is he?
They're all showering, washing their clothes out of this bucket. It's actually just really sad to see that this is what the situation's like here at the border of Spain and Morocco. They're using laundry detergent for shampoo.
Okay, so the value of X isn't of value because the hours spent to make it if no one wants it. Okay, so the value of X isn't of value because the hours spent to make it if no one wants it. Yeah, it has to have some type of social necessity, correct? Like if it's kind of useless, it doesn't work. But we're talking about commodity production here. We're not just talking about like, I don't know, making like a drawing of a stick figure. Like we're not talking about, I don't know, making art or some cultural item. Like this is a system. Like so capitalism is supposed to be an economy of commodity production. So you make things for sale, and like they need to have like use for sale. So commodity. I've heard that word too much. Why? Because of the audiobooks. Commodity. Oh god. Oh man. How are market prices determined on this then? Well, price and value are very different concepts. Completely. Like the idea of price is completely detached from the concept of value. Labor is a commodity. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Objectified labor, Han? Or subjective labor? That's the trillion-dollar question. Or both. But yeah, price and value, I think, are completely different concepts, to be honest. Oh, you mean like Disney? Labor and actual value of the experience? I don't know. Not sure what you mean by Disney in that context. But yeah, like price is just, I guess, what the marketplace sets in terms of a currency value on something, so it can be circulated. Does that actually have anything to do with value? If you're using the labor theory of value, though, and the labor theory of value is like value comes from labor, and so like the two are separate. But if you're using some other economic system, then I'm sure value and price are intimately linked. Because it's like all subjective and stuff. It's like, oh, I really like that. Then like I'll put a higher price on that, I guess. I mean, like when you said price and value, I like Disney, but right now the price would not match the value I wanted, yet paid for. Okay, so again, though, like that's a different way of using value, I would say again. See, there we go. Supply and demand drive price. And there's truth to that. But price and value are not the same. And like there's like value, like I value something as opposed to like value. Like something that wasn't there before. That's value. In, again, the labor theory of value sense. Chat's very chill with Aunt Saint G. Interesting. Yeah, I get value is an inherent object thingy. Okay, cool. Dude, I can't believe we're having this discussion. Who are you? Are you like an economist or something like that? Or are you just trying to understand this concept? You are a man of mystery, that's for sure.
We finally found our first two women here this whole entire video. How come you came to Spain?
Pedro Sanchez.
Pedro Sanchez, good?
Pedro Sanchez, good.
Viva España,
Viva España, Viva España, no Morocco.
How old are you?
17.
He's 17 years old.
Dude, that kid's 14 years old. What the fuck? It's crazy.
So all these guys here, like Pedro Sanchez, a lot of people are saying that he's the reason why all this is happening. And these are the first women we've seen this entire video. Why flip-flops? Everyone's got flip-flops. To swim. We found out where they're all living. 13 years old. So all these kids are coming over here. 13 years old.
Here's your invasion. What was that thing that we heard before? All military-age men coming to take over the country. Hey? All these military types. There's a whole bunch of kids living in between buildings here. What? Moroccans are built different. A lot of successful Moroccan fighters. What is LTV? Well, it's not a channel, we found out. It's a labor theory of value thing. Labor theory of value is basically just an acknowledgement. The surplus value taken from capitalists. Is it not? Interesting. Well, like labor theory of value is actually something produced not by Marx. It was produced by other economists. Like Adam Smith believes in the labor theory of value. But like Marx developed, surplus value theory. And yes, surplus value is derived from the idea of labor theory. So if labor produces all value, and then you can break down all of the value produced into certain dynamics, which is like the value that is required that somebody makes for themselves to reproduce their own existence. And then they can make surplus on top of that, and that can go and cover somebody else. And so like surplus value and the theory of surplus value is the idea that society is structured in a way to have like a working class of some size, indeterminate size, that produces enough to cover their own reproduction cost and make enough for the rest of society to hang on top of that. Man, we're starting Theory Thursdays early this week. God damn. You study this on your own or at uni? I on my own. Definitely not at university. I don't think they study this at university. Because it's evil, commie stuff. They won't teach you this sort of stuff, I don't think, in economics. Govan in the house. Yo. How you going? Hope you're well. We're doing like half, oh my God, immigration crisis and half like labor theory of value at the moment, if you're wondering what the hell. Yeah, they don't typically. No, they don't. So yes, autodidact right here. Had to teach myself everything. But like YouTube helps a lot. Oh my God. You can get a university level of education from YouTube. Do you want the Harvey cycle diagram? Shall we get it out? Shall we whip it out? Hey, go look up David Harvey. He's your man. All right. Shall we get out the diagram? Points. Hey. Universities are like CD stores and video stores. Are they going out, you reckon? They're out, man. They're old. But people still love the piece of paper. If you want to get a job, you need the piece of paper. If you want to make it on your own, then you can learn. Now we got internet. They ain't required. Yeah, it's literally just for the paperwork now. Shouldn't be that hard just to ensure everyone can live an okay, comfy life. You spelled commie wrong. It should be commie life, not comfy life. At some point, the theory just makes my eyes glaze over. Hey, it does with everyone, I guess. All information you need is online. Yeah, I know. And it's being scoured over by artificial intelligence. Watch out. We don't want to put too much stuff online. Universities are good for teaching how to research and also confirm if you understand what you were reading. If that theory enabled that everyone has a roof over their head, I'm on board. Well, like, that is the intent of, like, Marxism, I guess, as opposed to, like, Marx's theory on value. The idea of Marxism is supposedly aligned with that idea, though. It's definitely more aligned than any of its like counter economic theories that try to put down things like communism and socialism and all that type of stuff. They're just like the free market will decide, and if you fall through the cracks, then tough, survival of the fittest. Whereas the things that like Marx would have been teaching and his theory would have pointed in the direction of like, no, we do have the resources now to be able to put a roof over everyone's heads. And I will prove it with my theory. So like, That's the theory for you, I think. The price of D's nuts is different to the value of D's nuts. Who produced the value of your nuts dilemmas? Your parents. They're very different to the price you put on your own nuts, I'm sure.
This kid's 14, and they're all here by themselves.
Menores.
Y padres, mamá, mamá, papá.
No, mamá, no papa.
No trabajo, no tengo.
No, Marruecos ni share. No familia.
Papa, mamá, España.
So now we came in this spot. This is where all the kids.
These kids are wild, man. Do you reckon that's true? They have no family? And they're just like hanging out? It's like fucking Lord of the Flies in Ceuta. Sex is labor. Growing a child is labor. Yeah, man. Social reproduction is a real thing. And it's unpaid work too. Usually shifted over to women. Social reproduction. Hey, you deal with this. Make the next generation. But don't complain about it. Labor put in for my conception likely 20 seconds. Come on. I'm sure it took a while. And you were orgasmic for everyone involved. You can fit the entire world's population in just USA's Mojave Desert. So the US needs to step up and help out some of these people. And I think that's the smallest desert. Very interesting. Plus 9 months, dog. And that's just pregnancy. That 20 seconds produced a child. That 20 seconds have high value. High productivity 20 seconds. Some would argue, I'm sure you do, Ben Berry, the most productive 20 seconds of human history, let's be honest. And then babies basically take care of themselves. Hence the growing a child is labor. Social reproduction.
I have no idea what they're saying. ¿Qué está la situación en Morocco?
No travail, no hospitalité, no school, no AIDS, no AIDS.
No food, no eat?
No AIDS. No more.
Yeah, vamos. All right. I'm putting a lot of trust in these kids right here. Wow, this is where they're all at down
all
here.
The good children are raised by the state. Yeah. Apart from these ones, right, hon? Raised by the streets. Yeah. That's how the free market would want it. Let these kids be on the streets. They'll figure out a way. And if they don't, it'll decrease the surplus population. Been fun. Adios. See you later. See you next time.
This is between the border of Morocco and Spain now. We're literally right by the border wall. The border's right there. ¿Qué pasa? Look, these people are just getting shade underneath the cars. This is how bad the situation is right now. The kids are here, quite literally doing anything just to get shade right now.
Dude, I am really confused by this piece by Nick. Like, is he like going around documenting a humanitarian crisis, or is he documenting an invasion? It says inside the migrant invasion, and he's just like, look at these kids. This is awful. Why is this happening? This is awful. I really want to know what his concluding remarks on this one is. Like, we've seen the invasion. We've seen it. Look at the 14-year-olds. Hey, no one's safe. The 14-year-olds are coming to get you. They're like piranhas, nibbling at you. And when they get into a swarm, it's all over.
Policía Nacional. The police are down here. ¿Quién habla español? Español. All right, we're looking for someone who speaks Spanish. This is a crazy situation right now. I'm looking for someone to speak Spanish. No one speaks Spanish. Everyone's saying over here they speak Spanish, but no one speaks Spanish.
And Mickey's going through changes. They don't speak Spanish. Yeah, the streets will teach them, right, Han? If they just hang on the streets for long enough. It'll talk to them and raise them appropriately. People will read the titles and then view its context from the view that it is an invasion. But he's like documenting stuff and saying how horrible it is. I guess, yeah, you're right, hey. In the eye of the observer. That's all that matters.
I have
no idea what's going on
Pedro Sanchez.
Pedro Sanchez, gracias.
Who is Pedro Sanchez? Are they referring to a soccer player or the Prime Minister? Do you reckon this is a joke thing? This isn't like a soccer reference or something, is it? Like it's actually, they're talking about the Prime Minister, right?
Viva Spagna! Viva
so.
Spagna!
Viva Spagna!
Fanatic! Solo fanatic!
تحياتي دراري تطوان كيزا باي باي دراري تحياتي دراري الرينكون حومة الزاوية
فيفا لو روا دو اسبانيا ولات تحياتي
تحياتي دراري الرينكون حومة الزاوية نواسي تحياتي نواسي حومة الزاوية
¿Quién habla español?
حتى واحد ما كيدوي اسبانيا
We're picking up quite the crowd right here.
I love you, Pedro Sanchez. Pedro Sanchez, I love you.
English? Yo hablo inglés. Why'd you guys come here to Spain?
For better chances, better opportunities. We were not working in Morocco. We came.
You came?
Everyone came and we came.
How many of you came? How many?
Pedro Sanchez.
Me and my friends were like four. We're four.
Four of you guys came. And what do you guys think about Pedro Sanchez?
Pedro Sanchez قول له راجل مزيان قول له
Pedro Sanchez.
good, very good, جيد.
Bueno. Mucho bueno.
Mucho bien. Gracias.
Viva Pedro Sanchez.
Viva, bravo. Pedro Sanchez, I love you.
And what do you plan? Where are you going now?
We can't go nowhere right now. They should take us somewhere.
Where do you want to go?
Spain.
What part?
I don't know.
And how old are you? How old are you?
17.
17 years old. And what do you want to do?
He's got a pretty good mustache for 17. Hey? Good on you, mate. Ed Hardy. Okay, yeah.
Do with your life? What do you want to do for work?
I want to study. I want to finish my studies in Spain.
In Spain?
Yeah.
And after Spain, where do you want to go?
I'm not sure. I just want to go to Spain right now.
And
this is the goal right now.
And how do you plan to get out of Ceuta?
Ceuta?
How are you going to leave? In a boat?
Through asylum.
Through asylum.
Yeah.
And what are you fleeing in Morocco? What is life in danger in Morocco, or how come you want to leave?
You want my opinions on Morocco? I can't say that. It's tough. It's tough.
Are people dying there? Is it dangerous?
People are dying. Yes, of course. People are dying from hunger, from not enough work opportunities.
Wow, so right here we have people just sharing water. Like, this situation is so bad right here right now. No one even knows. People are just...
You can't tell Nick's intentions from his questions. Yeah, wait. How do you qualify for asylum, asshole? Are people dying in your country? Hey, I don't think so. Yeah, fuck that, poor buggers. Don't even have water. Yeah, you can see the cognitive dissonance here. He's like, oh wait, these people, they're struggling here. No, it's surely it's an invasion. Surely, Western society is under attack. These people just want to come to rape and pillage. I'm sure it's that. No, I can't believe that they're struggling. Surely not. He's having that moment. Look at him. He's thinking about it. I'm a Mormon. I'm sure we're supposed to be kind to our fellow man. No, surely not. But they are struggling, and they're so young. Imagine if that was me. No, surely not. It's an invasion. It's definitely an invasion. The moral Mormon compass trying to work. You can see his brain overloading. Dude, so good. We love a redemption arc. Yeah, I guess. Can't wait for that video to come out. Lots of Mormons work for the CIA, etc. Oh God, really? Well, he's doing his part. Oh, man. So good. So good.
Senor, ¿hablas español?
Sí, hablas español.
English? Oh, how are you? Good. Where are you from?
I came from Paris.
You came from Paris?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm journalist.
Journalist?
Yeah.
And what do you think about what's going on here?
It's horrible.
It's very bad.
It's very bad. Very, very bad. So bad. I don't know.
And how come you think they allowed this to happen?
Sorry?
How come you think they allowed this to happen?
Is it handy that they know foreign languages from their mission? Look it up. Yeah. Did he do his mission then? In South America somewhere, I'm assuming. No, it's his Spanish.
Really, I don't know. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Really, I'm shocked.
He's a fellow journalist right here, and he's shocked.
Yeah.
Fellow journalist.
This is a extremely dire situation. Lots of young people.
Yes.
These kids are all 14, 15 years old.
15, 12, 10, 8 years. I saw 8 years. It's really horrible.
An 8-year-old.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I can't talk.
Okay. Look, now we got people throwing clothes. I then headed to the center of the town with the citizen vigilante Mancia. However, within minutes, we were chased out. So now people here to feel safe, they're walking around with their dogs because Muslims do not like dogs.
Muslims don't like dogs? Have you ever come across that one before? That's an interesting one. You have to talk to some of the Muslim people I know. Why don't you like dogs, man? I guess that explains Barnaby Joyce. Maybe he's Muslim. Eh? That's why he yells at the dogs. Sit down! Yeah, they don't like dogs? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to tell some of the people that I see walking around with dogs around here. Hey, are you Muslim? What you got that dog for? What's going on here? Why doesn't Morocco have employment opportunities? Oh, here we go. Come on. Is this a setup for a joke, Dilemmas, or are you actually going to tell us? There's an exception in the Quran for hunting dogs, but Muhammad called them dirty. Oh, okay. Almost every Muslim I have met has a dog. Well, apparently they're not real Muslims. Eh? That's what Pauline would say. Said prayer done in the presence of men doesn't count. Dude, you are like a fucking scholar. You know everything. I know the answer to that one. Muhammad doesn't like dogs. Dogs are ritualistically unclean, and that's why Muslims don't like them. That's what Google says. Yeah, right. I'm going to have to talk to some of the Muslims I know in this area. Shame on them.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Now we got people throwing stuff at us. ¿Qué hizo? Look, he's got the rocks now. He's throwing rocks. Oh shit. They're throwing rocks. No. Look, now we're getting chased. He has a knife. He has a knife. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Just like that, we have finished.
What did you miss? I don't know what we saw then, but he went to the center of town, and I'm assuming the center of town has Moroccan migrants there, and they didn't appreciate Nick with the camera, and they chased him, and they pulled a knife on him. Is Shirley getting arrested by commies again? No, he's being saved by commies, actually, because the Spanish government is soft on migrants. So they're basically communists, but he's saved by commie coppers, by the look of it. I'm assuming those were Moroccans. I can't tell. LOL, the irony. Yeah, not a fan.
Our mission here in Spain, we showed you guys the truth of what was actually going on, and we finished with a knife chase down the hill, and then got escorted back up to our car from the Spanish police. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, and consider subscribing. We're so close to 2 million subscribers.
So close to 2 million. All right, everyone, come on. Get your fingers ready. Start to subscribe. He's on 1.97. It's the least you could do. All right? All right? Okay? It's the least you could do. I figured it was all America's fault somehow. Ah, okay. That is a joke. That's good. That's good. I like what you did there. The knife chase should push him over 2 mil. Yeah, you should have put that at the start. Definitely. Dude, so good. Definitely not orchestrated, right? Like the whole Cuban situation there. It's not Americans' fault. Someone bit dilemmas. It's for you. Yeah, Morocco's economy sucks because of America. Yeah. How you like that? Someone's got to take the role of Saint Chi while he's not here. Dilemmas has taken that mantle. A public service, really. Someone's going to get offended on America's behalf. All right, we are changing topics massively here. I can't believe we spent this so long in Ceuta. Thank you, Nick Shirley. So did Sanchi get banned or not? I don't think they banned him. I talked to the mods, and they were like, no, we didn't ban him. We gave him a timeout. Ain't gonna be me. Yeah, well. Yeah, because the Americans we have in here don't do that thing. Somewhere HE is turning red. Oh, he took his ball and left? I think so. He said he was going to report and left after his timeout. Yeah, we'll never know. Look, he'll be back next week. And then he'll be like, oh, I love everyone, like he usually does. Like, I love everyone here. And then he'll be back fighting everyone again. Everybody needs a holiday. There it is. Even Saint Chi. There you go, Van knows. Oh, here we go. Multitude. The United States has a deep 250 years strategic partnership with Morocco, the oldest continuous ally. American involvement spans joining military defense, counterterrorism cooperation in North Africa, bilateral free trade agreement, and diplomatic support for Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara. It's to lay off the sauce. Yeah, that's a fucking understatement from what we've heard. What has an ally done for them, hey? Yeah, apparently Morocco was the first country to ever recognize America after the revolution, the American War of Independence. Morocco was like, yo. I'm pretty sure that's the story. I need a dog as a service animal to take into kebab shops. Can we have pigs as service animals? I don't know, but they're pretty smart. Why not? But like, I'm assuming the kebab shops where you're from aren't full of Muslims. That's a cultural thing that I just can't get over, being from Western Sydney. When you go to like regional towns and they're like, oh yeah, let's get a kebab, and you go inside and the person's not like Arab, you're like, whoa, I don't know if I'm hungry anymore. I've never not had an Arab make me a kebab. Is this real? I was actually wondering, why do they flee for employment? Why not stay and make their country better? Ah, right. Or is there some sort of sanction action happening? Action. No. Lobbing sanctions. Oh my God. All right, we are quickly going over. I want to do this New Zealand politics stuff before we have a break. Oh, yeah, it's Indian run. Ah, okay. All right, so if you weren't across this...
No, Mai Haidamai, welcome to 3 News. The Chinese ambassador appears
in New Zealand last week, Winston Peters, so he's like, yeah, deputy PM, I'm pretty sure. I need my New Zealand counterparts to correct me here. We had 3 Kiwis in today. I'm pretty sure deputy, thank you very much. And like, he said some offensive stuff towards China or Chinese people in Parliament. Parliamentary privilege. Obviously, he's smarter than Pauline Hanson. But like, basically said the same thing that Pauline Hanson did. The exact same thing. And like, this is taken over New Zealand politics. He's deputy and he's foreign minister, yes. And so, like, as foreign minister, he should know better, like, kind of thing. And so this has happened, and it's a bit of like a nothing burger, let's be honest. But the actual impact is like New Zealand relations with China. And like, as everybody in the world understands, like, you know, your biggest trading partner is in China. So like, do you really want to just have loose cannons in Parliament pissing off your biggest trading partner? Let's have a look.
Have taken a swipe at Winston Peters after the New Zealand First Leader told an MP born in China, go back to your own country. Ambassador Wang Xiaolong said sometimes a statement says more about the person that makes it than anything or anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Like, he's a douchebag for saying that. Like, do we need to make a big deal about it? Like, what a dickhead. Like, come on. But like, does all the other stuff have to ensue? Based Chinese roll up. The only thing I know about Morocco is Moroccans tried to buy me off my parents when I was 5. When we went there, blue eyes and golden blonde hair fetches a good price, apparently. Dude, is that real? Did your parents consider it dilemmas? I don't know. Could fetch a pretty good price for dilemmas. Could always make another dilemmas. It's crazy. I get recommended right-wing New Zealand stuff. People are voting New Zealand first because anti-immigration sentiments continuously being repeated. While we're on NZ politics, vultures are dropped a long but good one in video topic suggestions too. Which one? What did you drop? Oh, is it the Christian one? That one seems pretty crazy. I can't stand Luxon, though. That guy is so dishonest. Hey, people are going to decide. They're going to go to the polls and find out.
Lawrence Shunan, the Green MP who was the subject of the Foreign Minister's tirade, described it more plainly as racism. Here's political correspondent Zane Small.
It all kicked off after this.
Yeah, I noticed came here 5 minutes ago. Go back to your own country. That's where they lie like a flatfish, but they don't lie like how to here.
They lie like a what? A fat fish? Is that an NZ thing to say, or do I just have I missed a cultural reference again? I noticed you came here 5 minutes ago. Go back to where you came from, and like, it's especially egregious because the guy he's yelling at was like came to New Zealand when he was like 5 or something, right? That's why it's even more upsetting. What's a fat fish?
5 minutes ago. Go back to your own country. That's where they lie like a flatfish, but they don't lie like how to here. All right, come to this is called democracy. This is called democracy, unlike what you're used to. So go back to where you come from, you loudmouth.
Comments directed.
Go back to where you came from. Look at him, eh? Yeah, see? Go back to where you came from. Whatever that means. I came from here. I pride myself on my slurs. Yeah, that one's an interesting one.
At Lawrence Shunan of the Green Party, born in the Chinese city of Tianjin. The 39-year-old moved to New Zealand as a child in 1994.
I think it is extraordinary that you have a minister who is so careless and irresponsible what he says, both outside of Parliament but now in Parliament.
The Chinese ambassador has weighed in with comments seemingly aimed at the foreign minister. Wang Xiaolong wrote, "We have absolutely no interest in being dragged into the domestic politics of other countries. Suffice it to say, sometimes a statement says more about the person that makes it than anything or anybody else."
Chinese being Chinese with their responses. We have no interest being dragged into domestic politics. Eh? Interesting. We don't want to get caught up in your dirty laundry, all right? Leave me out of this. The only thing I agree with Winston really is that only Kiwis that live here can vote. Yeah, fair enough. I don't want someone abroad who doesn't even live here deciding how things should be. Even though I do not believe voting matters. Oh, we had this conversation the other day, didn't we? 2 wrongs don't make a white. He said that, right? He said that as well. And like, maybe when he first got into politics and everyone was just like, oh my God. Oh, but like his supporters were all clapping. I'm pretty sure that's another one of his, right? His things. Anyway, that's the incident. And that's actually not why I wanted to bring you here, even though this is taking apparently New Zealand politics by storm. I actually wanted to get a Chinese propaganda take on this. Do you remember when we saw this guy? He came up on my feed again. This guy who's like runs propaganda for the CCP, I guess, or whatever. And we were talking about the Australian missile crisis, where China a couple of weeks ago tested a nuclear capable intercontinental ballistic missile and shot it over the Pacific while Australia was going around doing all the defense stuff. And this guy came out and was like in defense of China, lobbed a missile over the Pacific, and he was just like, yeah, okay, fine. But America has done the exact same test like 50 times over the same period, and like no one has said anything. It's just when China does it, China's being all aggressive. I really like China at the moment. Yeah, dude, if you like China, we China glaze all the time here. It's making some people sick, but we're going to keep on glazing. His mascara rivals JD's. Dude, that's so good. They recently publicly executed a bunch of PDF files. There you go. Oh, well. All right. Let's have a look at what China says through its propagandist, I guess, about this whole Winston Peters situation. Should he tell someone who moved to New Zealand as a child to go back to China where you came from? But he didn't just say to this guy, don't like go back to where you came from. He also said, we do democracy here, not like where you're from. So I'm assuming that's what the Chinese will take exception to. It's like, how dare you? We do democracy. We do real democracy through the party, not this sham liberal democracy that you talk about. Eh? You nut jobs. We do real democracy. Can we get rid of Penny Wong as well? Yeah, send her back to where she came from. Malaysia or something like that. Right? Or is she actually born here but she's Malaysian descent? I can't remember. Something like that.
This week, we're witnessing a diplomatic meltdown in the South Pacific that has left political commentators stunned and a major trading relationship hanging by a thread. My home country, New Zealand, a nation that usually prides itself on quiet, professional diplomacy, has been rocked by a scandal involving its own Foreign Minister, Winston Peters. In a moment of pure parliamentary vitriol, Peters told a Chinese-born member of parliament to go back to your own country. It's a remark that didn't just stay within the debating chamber, it reached all the way to Beijing. China's ambassador to New Zealand, Wang Xiaolong, took a rare step of publicly calling out the minister on social media before his embassy escalated the matter to a formal international incident by lodging a complaint with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The fallout has been so significant that Beijing's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Mao Ning, was forced to address the negative remarks during a daily briefing. Back in New Zealand, the pressure is mounting, with former prime ministers and community leaders alike calling for Peters to be sacked as a foreign minister who, quite frankly, doesn't seem to like foreigners very much. But despite the international uproar and accusations of blatant racism, I'll explain why I don't think Peters is going anywhere. This is Reports on China. I'm Andy Borham here in Shanghai. Let's get reporting.
Let's get reporting.
Before we dive in, just a quick note that the first episode of my new Xinjiang series, Debunking Western Media Lies About the Region, went live last night. Let's take a quick look at a teaser, and then you can watch the video after this one.
Boom.
A visiting cache
Blocked
blocked citizens
somewhere else.
During a heated debate regarding New Zealand's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Green Party MP Lawrence Shunan, who was born in Tianjin but has lived in New Zealand since the mid-1990s, asked the Foreign Minister a simple question. Are you vaccinated? Instead of a policy...
Are we, did we actually finish our debate on this guy? Is he AI or not? He looks too polished, this guy. Way too polished. Maybe he is AI. Some good AI, though.
The answer, Peters launched into a tirade that has been described as inappropriate and attention-seeking. Before I break down the reaction, let's take a quick look at a clip of the exchange.
Politician does politician-y thing by attention-seeking, by fueling outrage. Tell us more.
In the House.
I noticed came here 5 minutes ago.
Claiming this is called a democracy, unlike what you're used to. Shunan later described the experience as unbelievable, accusing the foreign minister of scapegoating migrant communities to distract from the government.
I think he's AI. Just awkward. Interesting. It's crazy. It's just like if a machine took human form, this is what it would be like. This guy's level of awkwardness.
Its own failings. And this is where it gets really interesting for those of us who follow Chinese diplomacy.
Okay, here we go.
It is incredibly rare for a Chinese ambassador to comment on the domestic political squabbles of their host country. But Ambassador Wang Xiaolong clearly felt
just because the ambassador, it's good to get the Chinese perspective. Like the ambassador has said something, ultimate disgrace and dishonor in the Chinese perspective. Like the cultural differences are huge. Like the fact that the ambassadors had to say something is just like, oh my God, they did a press release on this. My God, years and years of diplomacy potentially down the toilet.
Line had been crossed. Under the headline, China's ambassador weighs in as Peters tells MP to go back to your own country. The New Zealand Herald reported on his rare intervention. China's ambassador to New Zealand, Wang Xiaolong, noted the comments in a social media post today, saying, the statement says more about the person that makes it than anything or anybody else. The initial X post was just the beginning. The embassy followed up with a solemn representation to New Zealand's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. In diplomatic terms, this is an escalation. Euronews covered this development under the headline, China lodges complaint after New Zealand Foreign Minister tells MP to go back to your own country. The Chinese embassy in Wellington said on Thursday it had lodged a complaint with New Zealand's Foreign Ministry over what it described as negative China-related remarks.
So I'm assuming this is why everyone in New Zealand is talking about this guy needs to get fired now. Not just because of the racism stuff. Everyone seems to be upset about that. But like, oh my God, you idiot. You've pissed off the Chinese. Like, how'd you just be racist and not piss off China? Like, you seem to be able to be capable of being a douchebag. Do you not have to make this a diplomatic incident at the same time? Is that a fair assessment, my New Zealand counterparts? He likes America. Interesting. Ah, so this must be... This is payday for him. Yeah, so what? Hey, China. Give me more America. They love American capital coming over here. Yeah, okay.
By a certain politician. Peters has refused to back down, arguing his comments were a defense of...
Be a dickhead in your own time, mate. So good. It's such a good call. Be a dickhead in your own time, mate. Seriously. Sorry, he's an asshole, but he's right. He's not making it a diplomatic incident. It was local. China did so when their ambassador commented. No, but they did. He didn't just say, go back to where you came from. He said something like, because we have democracy here, not like in China. So, like, it's offensive. As in, he didn't just do the racism part. Like, he made insinuations about China and its political structure being untoward. He's just reviewing the news. Dude, I could do this. I want to know what China thinks about this. Stop reviewing in Western articles. Lame. Lame. Give me China's take on this, bro.
Peters has played the role of kingmaker for decades in New Zealand, and he knows that Prime Minister Luxon needs him to stay in power. If Luxon sacks him now, the coalition collapses and they face a snap election that could see the government tossed out. On top of that, I seriously doubt Peters is even worried about this uproar because it plays directly to his base. Older voters who are often susceptible to rhetoric that targets immigrants and foreign influence. For Peters, being cancelled by the Chinese embassy and liberal media is actually a badge of honour he can use on the campaign trail.
Why? I mean, it's offensive, but he didn't say that in China or to a Chinese citizen or politician. It was a Greens MP. LOL. Hey, when someone directs hate at the Greens MP, like, come on, who cares? It's the Greens. Am I right? Why did the ambassador have to chime in on that? Because it's a slate on their political system. I guess they take their honor very seriously. Or at least when Pauline said it, it made sense. This man looks like he would throw the cattiest, meanest insult if you bumped into him at a bar. Yeah, this guy, our artificial intelligence friend over here. All right, like this is now. Let's just evacuate. Let's like walk away from the diplomatic incident here and just use this as a really good case study. And what we usually do when it comes to a case study of why we should focus on the class war and not the culture wars. Now, this guy, Winston Peters, has lobbed an insult at someone who is Chinese born, but now a New Zealander, and said, go back to where you came from. And people are turning around and they're just like, that's racist. You shouldn't say that. Next minute, it's not like this guy is some Anglo New Zealander. I guess that's a thing, right? Because we have Anglo Aussies here. So I'm just assuming in New Zealand, you guys call your your white population Anglos. But yeah, Anglo New Zealander, he is Maori. And so he's he's a representative of the indigenous population, the native population. And so like you would have thought by Australian culture war standards that someone like Winston Peters would be impenetrable to be called racist. Impenetrable because he's from the indigenous population. He's not just some migrant that's come in at various stages of New Zealand's migration history. This is someone who is the indigenous population. He should be absolutely bulletproof to claims of racism. But like here it is. Here's the intersectionality that we talk about, the identity politics of all of it. You have someone who is Maori lobbing an insult at somebody who is Chinese and then being called a racist and being dragged through the dirt. Like this doesn't make sense from a culture war, identity politics kind of perspective, because like the people that are involved here are usually persons that are given like a free pass on being called racist or like having some type of kind of incident when it comes to lobbying this type of language around. Suffice to say, the culture wars, identity politics, all this sort of stuff is riddled with hypocrisy. If, like, let's just think of this from an Australian perspective, right? If an Indigenous person can't turn around to anyone who's migrated there, to their country and be like, you get out of my country. And if you don't like it, get out of my country, then like no one can make that claim. No one could ever do that. In Australian culture wars, if like an Indigenous person said something like, get out of my country, I'm sure everyone would be like, oh, don't worry about it. They're Indigenous. And so like, it'd be brushed off. It wouldn't be like, they're racist. They shouldn't have said this. Maybe there will be some people out there that will go as far as to call it racist, but I think it would like fly under the radar of Australian culture wars. But hey, across the ditch, you can literally have someone, I don't think he's a mix. Like he's as Maori as you get. And like, he's getting called racist for telling someone to get out of his country. So like, look, so again, suffices to say, the culture wars are very difficult territory. And like, who's a protected species today might not be a protected species tomorrow, etc., etc. Stay away from it. Stay away from it. All this stuff is incredibly hairy. It's difficult to deal with, and it has large-scale political ramifications of its own. But should it be something that we focus on? That's the trillion-dollar question. That's the trillion-dollar question. representative is a bit over the top. But like, you know what I mean, right? Like in Australian culture wars, like he would, like someone who is Indigenous and said, like, get out of my country if you don't like it. Like people would give him a free pass on that. I reckon. But culture wars are what they are. They're completely subjective and they change like the wind. They change like the wind. And like, good luck. Good luck on this one. And like the real issue here is like, let's be honest. Let those two politicians fight it out. Who cares? Let them fight it out. But like if this dickhead wants to say something and it's like more than just racist and it's actually like an offense to China, who New Zealand does rely on greatly for their economic survival in the big bad world, what an idiot. What an idiot. I hope he reflects on this and thinks about it. I hope he does. Except Maoris aren't actually Indigenous. Oh God, we're going to go there, are we? Hey? Yeah, well, no one's Indigenous anywhere then, I guess. We're all from Africa, right? We came out of somewhere in Africa, so we're all technically African. No one's Indigenous anywhere. Let's just go with that. Who's even Indigenous anywhere? There it is. There it is, like on cue. There it is. That is true. We all come from Africa somewhere, so there's no Indigenous population anywhere. It's almost like we're all humans. Who would have thought? Borders are meaningless. Culture is meaningless. We're all just humans. But like, watch out for the culture wars. That's the only real lesson here. Incredibly dangerous and difficult, prickly territory. Except for me, I'm a bot. Fair enough. Actually, you know what? Fair enough. It's probably safer to be a bot these days. Humans traveled so much, the concept is really a joke. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. All right. We're going to have a quick break. Then we'll be back with some more. And we're going to do a little bit of workers. Like I said before, we're going to do some workers stuff. We're going to do Worker Wednesday afternoon. And we're going to have a look at the manifesto by the Victorian Socialists. So they're running candidates. We've spent a couple of days looking at One Nation running candidates in the Victorian election. But I'm really interested to see the manifesto of a self-described socialist party. A bunch of wokies that are going to run for parliament in Victoria. We'll come back and we'll hope that they actually spend a lot of their rhetoric on the working class and not just identity politics, but like, don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. I don't want anyone to pass out. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc., etc. Here is an invitation to Discord. Go over there and become part of the community. There's Discord like there, if you're wondering what's going on in the bottom corner of the screen. Go over to that, do that thing, etc., etc. And here is a link to Patreon. Go over there and become a free member. Do yourself a favor, become a free member, etc., etc. Then I can put you on an email list. It's very important. Okay, it's very important to me that you actually get notifications, because like the algorithm doesn't always deliver on that front. Dare I say, selectively delivers. So go on an email list for sake. I can find you that way. If you can financially support too, hey, I'll love you forever. I'll give you double streams, double fisting, as some people like on this stream. If you haven't already, activate the like button. We'll be back. We'll be back.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why. Why? No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why? No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
We're back. We're back. All right, so it is Worker Wednesday, Wildly Woke Wednesday, Wildly Woke Worker Wednesday, Wildly Woke Worker Hump Wednesday, whatever you want to call it. I'll leave it up to you But like, this is our response to Far Right Fridays, potentially. It's time to do some real left-wing politics and analysis. And so we've dedicated a Wednesday time slot to this now. And it's not like woke hippie stuff. We're supposed to be talking about the workers' movement and working class politics. And so, wonderfully woke Workers Wednesday. There we go. Yeah, whatever appeals to you, we're gonna go with that one. We're gonna go with that one, Bob. And yeah, there is a socialist manifesto that's been put out by the Victorian Socialists at their state election launch. We saw Pauline Hanson's, or One Nation's, I should say, election launch party, or what we could, because there was a media blackout because of the ABC. So not to be mistaken with the Australian broadcaster, it is actually the Australian Bureau of Communism. And so Pauline Hanson, at her launch for the Victorian state election, had to get rid of the ABC. And I don't even know if any media was invited to the Victorian Socialist state election launch. I don't even know if any mainstream media cared, to be honest. I guess they don't have the same appeal as One Nation. So, Hobo Joe, Ravy Baby, whoever else might be from Victoria, I don't know. This is for you. Your friendly socialists of Victoria are going to outline what they are going to do for you, the average Victorian, and produce the socialist, or the commie paradise or something. This is for you. My prediction for this manifesto: 60% identify, 30% free Palestinian, 10% class politics. It's so good. Oh man. 60% identity politics, 30% free Palestine, 10% class politics. So good. That's what you want at your Victorian state election. Free Palestine. Are those thumb holes cut into your sleeves? Negative. I just pull them over my hands. But like, I wish I had thumb holes. I'll just bite a thumb hole in there. I haven't seen that since high school. Wait, what are we talking about? Maybe something else. It's for you. Purple Pingers would be all over this. Yes, I wonder if Purple Pingers is there. And now, special guest, Purple Pingers. Oh, yeah. All right, shall we? Without further ado, let's do this Workers' Wednesday. The November state election will be a battleground. Help us build a socialist fight back and elect socialists to parliament to fight the far right, bosses, billionaires, and the status quo of the Labour Party. Yeah, that one's for you, Blaz, and 4AS if you're listening. You can go after the Labour Party. Victorian Socialist is running across Victoria in November. We want to get socialists elected to parliament to fight the right, the bosses, and the Labour Party. Why do they double that up? That sucks. There's a class war going on. Here we go. The bosses and the businesses are reaping mega profits while working class people are struggling to pay rents, mortgages, and pay for services and groceries. There's a transfer of wealth to the top of society from the bottom. Hanson and One Nation are trying to build a far-right movement that attacks workers, women, migrants, and minorities? Surely not. We have to stand against this shift to the right and build a socialist alternative. Hey, hey, hey. Join us for the launch of the Socialist Manifesto for Victoria and get involved in our campaign. Help us get socialists into parliament and build a socialist movement. Oh, yeah. Get in. We're going to build this socialist movement. Fuck yeah. Bold rip every time socialist is said. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you're ready for that. Wake up, bitch. We're going class warring. Oh, yeah. Victorian socialist, hipster style. Oh, dude, it's an hour. Oh, God. All right, let's get through it, shall we?
Good evening, comrades. Woo! What an...
Kath Larkin? Anyone from she's from Northcote. Anyone from the Northcote electorate? If that's you, this is your candidate.
Amazing turnout. You can
So not a socialist party, just an anti-Pauline party. If Pauline could collect rent from all the free living she does in their heads, she would need Gina's money, dude. That is so good. She wouldn't need Gina at all, bro. I will infiltrate the party. We together can mold it in our image. That's what we need to do. That's what Lenin would have done. He would have taken over a party and molded it in his image. 100%. It's the Leninist way. Not that these Leninists would know that.
hardly get around. There's so many of us here. It's just impossible not to feel excited when I look around the room, when I walk around outside and just see so many people here to get involved. We know that this election will not be easily won, but if tonight is anything to go by...
Mr. Rabbit, oh my God. Why? Why that expression? We'll hear worker more than identity politics. Surely.
We've got masses of people who are ready to go out and fight for a socialist future. So before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we are standing on stolen land, the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. This land was never ceded, it always was and always will be Aboriginal land. As social... Am I doing something wrong? Okay. As socialists...
Well, at least the One Nation mics were working. Did you say Rebel News was up front? No interference for Rebel News. It's hard to vote towards socialists when these are the people running the party. I just can't stand them. Ooh. Yeah, they do. There needs to be work done on the imagery here. We're not going to lie. There needs to be work done here. Even the mic doesn't like country acknowledgement. It's just poor timing. Don't read into it too much.
We stand in solidarity with our Aboriginal sisters and brothers in their
You
ongoing
also got
fight
that glamour shot of Abby holding the mic.
against racism, dispossession and capitalism. It's particularly fitting that we're able to meet here tonight at the Aboriginal Advancement League, a place that has had a long history of Aboriginal protest, resistance and self-determination. Also, in case anyone doesn't know, hi, I'm Kath. I've been involved in the Victorian Socialists from the beginning. It's been just amazing to watch.
Hey, Kay. Didn't know you were here. How you going? You missed out this morning, man. Oh, my God. You went around. Unfortunately, with movements, the dumbest often make their way to the top. The confidence you can present when you don't know any better is amazing. Very interesting. It takes a special breed to be a politician then, doesn't it?
Watch how we've grown and grown. I'm also the Victorian Socialist candidate for the seat of Northcote, which is the electorate you're all in tonight. It is a real privilege to get to be your MC tonight as we launch our 2026 Victorian state election campaign. Across Australia and around the world, we've seen the dangerous growth of the far right. Here in Victoria, we've just swapped out one premier who serves the rich for another that's going to do the same. Instead of standing with workers, their first priorities have been austerity, attacking militant unionists, and pouring more money into the racist police and prison system. But we're not here tonight just to talk about what's wrong, right? We're here because we think a different world is possible and we want to build it. This campaign is about...
She said workers, and she said unions too. No? Take that, all you skeptics out there.
Giving people something to rally around, a source of hope for a socialist alternative that stands with workers, with renters, for public education and healthcare, that stands alongside anyone who thinks that this world can be different and is ready to rebuild it. Over the course of the night, you're going to hear from some fantastic speakers talking about the political challenges we face, the opportunities in this election, and what every single one of us can do to make our campaign a success.
You spelt one of your woos wrong there. Just thought I would let you know. Slight spelling mistake.
So our first speaker is Corey Oakley. Corey is a long-time socialist activist and the State Secretary of Victorian Socialists. He was one of hundreds of activists who marched on the Woomera Detention Centre, which is one of Australia's concentration camps for refugees, and helped pull down those fences to allow the refugees to escape, to tell their story to the media, and to get the medical attention they were being denied. And if you're lucky enough to find a copy of the
Spandog's gonna love that. They did property damage and let migrants run free? Oh my god. They pulled the fences down? Oh, outrageous.
breakout documentary, you might even catch a glimpse of Corey back when he had blue hair and thought that shoes were maybe optional. Well, he's ditched the bleach, but he's never lost the determination of fighting for a better world. He was one of the key people who helped set Victorian socialists.
That's terrorism. Man. As long as I didn't smack someone's spine with a sledgehammer. Dude, it's like you guys can read each other's minds. It's so good. At the same time, I'm cool with it.
I actually remember in 2017 getting this call from Corey who talked about some idea about socialists running in elections. And I think I literally said, like, are you joking? He didn't super appreciate that response. He was not joking. At the time, it just seemed like this impossible task. But collectively, we have built it up from this ambitious idea to this now 1,000-strong nationwide socialist party. So it's wonderful.
Obo Joe, you're savage today. The criticism, I get it. You need to be critical of your own movement as more than anything else, right? Because you want to put your best foot forward. She would break down as soon as anyone puts pressure on her in Parliament. I hope not. We need better socialist leaders. Give them a chance. I want to hear the manifesto. She is very red. She is very red already.
We have hundreds here tonight who've come because of that collective effort. So please give a huge welcome to Corey.
Okay, thanks, Kath. So, in the last...
Dude, bring on big Josh Lees, bro. Who's this guy? That's it. I'm going to run a party. Bring on Josh Lees, man.
Yeah, the Australian political map, as people here will know, has been turned upside down by the rise of One Nation in the polls. First, we saw them smashing the Liberal Party vote and the result they got in the South Australian election. But if you believe the polls that have been coming out over the past few months, they're now starting to smash into the Labor Party vote as well. And this election in Victoria in November this year is the first major statewide test of how far this development is going to go. And
dude, I think you're right, Dilemmas. This is a test to see if they can curb One Nation. Man, is this sped up? Yeah, I put it at 1.25. Come on, like an hour at mystery speed? We'd be here for fucking like 4 hours. I thought y'all weren't worried about One Nation. Wow. Apparently they are. I've been listening to their podcast almost every week to be on top of what their view is. Yeah, I agree with some points, but it's how they explain what frustrates me. Interesting. So you're totally across their stuff. All right. Okay, so you're our expert today, Hobo Joe. You can help us call bullshit. I know I'm right. Yeah, I'm just acknowledging it, man. Come on. Credit where it's due, bro. Credit where it's due. The difference between Victoria's Socialists and One Nation is that One Nation has billionaire backing electorally. Savage, bro.
The outcome, I think, of it will define the terrain of politics across this country for years to come. It's going to have huge ramifications for the election that's happening in New South Wales in March next year and the next federal election. All of those will happen in the context of what happens here in Victoria this year. Now, we know that every step forward for One Nation is a victory for hatred a victory for racism, for victim blaming, for vicious, brutal right-wing politics. And we know that every step forward they take pushes the Liberal Party further to the right, further to attack.
See, I think this is fundamentally where like a socialist organization like this goes wrong. Like it is important, okay, to make yourself politically distinct and to like to define yourself almost in a dialectical fashion is to like you define what you are by what you are not. And so like they're hardcore anti-right wing kind of stuff, like hard right, fascist, like blah, 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 blah. But like you can't just be the party that is anti the rise of the right wing or something like that. Like that's not enough. You can't just be, oh my God, we got to end the rise of the right. Like you got to offer the socialist alternative that they talk about. Like the vision has to be more than like being anti-fascist. Like anti-fascists have their place when fascists organize, like real, like, you know, fucking skinheads and stuff like that, and they want to go and kill people because of racial superiority, like organize as anti-fascists and go and crush them before they kill innocent people or something like that. But like that's not a political movement in and of itself. That's reactionary politics. Like you have to have an actual socialist alternative. You have to have working class politics, not just complain about like, oh, did you see what Pauline did today? Like it's hilarious. Don't get me wrong. Like we spent a lot of time on stream complaining about Pauline and what crazy things she did with a bulldozer and scissoring her friend in Sicily. But like, you know, come on. Be you, man. They're just doing what the Democrats did in America. Instead of pushing ideas, they're just reacting to the right. And it's a problem. That's a problem. The Democrats don't exist apart from just obstructing the Republicans. What type of political platform is that? It's a scary form of politics, man. Grrr! Yes, I mentioned bulldozer. Somebody got the reference. Thank you. It's crazy. It doesn't work. People love to go against wingers. Victorian socialists would be against, for example, tearing down any public housing in Victoria before making sure you build enough. Yep. That's good. Good policy. Yep. Everyone loves to blame a victim. And if you're having a sook about how the right is out to get you every day instead of being productive with your policies, they'll just vote the asshole. They'll just vote the asshole making good fun of you. Whereas Victoria Labor thinks it's a good idea because, I don't know, they're checking their watches and going, well, it's time. There's a huge variety of skins, from sober ones to ones that hate racism. Offer better ideas. I probably agree with a lot of them. Just stop telling people what they should think or do. Maori Meteor. Even if you have an alternative, I think us over the ditch show that policies aren't enough. We collectively voted to cut our own throats last time. Interesting. Are you across what we're talking about here? Maori Meteor? I'm going to go with that. Victoria Socialists can look at the budget, look at the current negative numbers and say those numbers are still basically fine, while Labor hems and haws about the news and will report on it. When your entire identity is I'm not them, you stand for nothing. It's unfortunate, hey. Barely trying to learn more. Bro, me and you both, brother. I'm trying to learn about New Zealand politics as well. Dude, it's been New Zealand Day today. That's going to be the 4th Kiwi we've had in today. This is good. Welcome to the stream. Let us know if you're new here. Let us know. Grr. There's so many grrs. Scissoring Sicily is such a good title, though. It is. It's an invasion. We've had four Kiwis. What have you done, Voltato? You started this. Oh, it's because I put New Zealand in the titles today. We spent a bit of time before Maori Meteor. We spent a bit of time on the Winston Peters thing and like how China's going to cut everyone off. LOL correct. Unfortunately, we sent all our smart ones over there and left with, well, whatever is left. I, for one, welcome our Kiwi overlords. All right, back to it.
Migrants, it pushes the lunatic right wing in the media to demand even more extreme reactionary measures. But we also know that the Labor Party offers no alternative that can galvanise people against the far right. They are incapable of advancing a vision of how society can be changed for the better. And how could the Labor Party do that? Labor is the party of the Gaza genocide. It is the party of neoliberalism and privatisation. It's the party of attacks on the poor and the vulnerable. The new leader, Ben Carroll in Victoria, who as Education Minister refused to give the teachers the deal that they deserve and desperately need, he is only going to take Labor further to the right.
Blaz. Dude, you're going to do a lot of sighing, bro. A lot of sighing. Hope you got enough breath. Hope your lung capacity is good. Come join us on Discord. Thank you very much, Spandonk. Good call, brother. Brother. Yeah. These are the invitation to Discord. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you are new on Twitch, follow for more. And if you are on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. All good breaths in between sighs. For a party against a divisive party. Pretty divisive rhetoric. When you're on dilemmas, you are on. If you're new here, follow for more. Yeah.
We cannot accept that these are the only options. What is desperately needed and what we plan to provide is a radical alternative that stands against the right, but also throws to the curb any idea that Labor's corporate centrism can deal with the crisis our society is currently in. We need bold socialist politics that identify and combat the key problem, that our society is ruled by and for the super rich, and also that stands against the racism and the scapegoating that is at the core of the One Nation threat. We need a party that provides a vision of hope and solidarity and stands for a radical redistribution of wealth and power in this state and in this country. So that is why we are embarking on today on the biggest socialist campaign that has ever been seen in this country. So when we first set up Victorian Socialists in 2018, we stood just in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. At the last state election in 2022, we ran across the west.
Anyone from Melbourne? Is that like the woke part of Melbourne? The northern suburbs? Like in Sydney, we have the inner west, and the inner west is like full of hipsters and shit. Is that what the north is? All you Melbourneites? Somebody confirm for me. Sure is. Okay, cool. Got it. Only the Victorian Socialists can. Oh, okay. The party who hasn't polled over, what, 5%? You've got to run a coalition campaign. And you just called Labor the party of genocide. Oh, but yeah, we are hoping at best to work with Labor, of course, with the party of genocide.
As well as the North, 22 seats altogether. This time, we are running in every single seat statewide. We have already pre-selected candidates in 72 lower house seats. That includes every seat in metropolitan Melbourne and more from across the state. We already have candidates in seats in Geelong, Bendigo, Ballarat and more. By the end of this month, we will finalise our candidates.
Had to grab a drink. Any meat and potatoes yet? Is still fussing over the orange carrots. Orange carrots.
Every one of the 88 seats across the state. Every voter in Victoria will have a socialist option to vote for, both in the lower and the upper houses, something that has never happened before, either in this state or in any other in Australia.
Dude, that is pretty crazy, I must admit. Like, they're up there with One Nation now. We've got a candidate running for every seat. Every seat.
Now, running a statewide campaign is going to be an enormous undertaking. Since 2022, we have put extensive effort into building up our infrastructure and building up local organisation everywhere that we can, and we plan to expand that rapidly in the coming months. There's approximately 1,600...
Yeah, I think I've made that point before. If they started with Labor, they might have more of a chance to pick up voters or even preference. I will have to see who the Bendigo candidate is. They've got one in every seat.
100 polling day booths across Victoria that we will need to staff on election day. To do that, we'll need at least 4,000 volunteers on the day. So the people in this room are a core part of how we're going to make that happen, which I'll come back to. But while we are extremely excited to be running across the state, I want to make it clear that we have no intention of neglecting our heartland in the north and west of Melbourne where we've run in the past. In 2022, we knocked on 188,000 doors over the course of the maybe 12, 14-week campaign. We thought that was pretty good at the time. Our aim for this campaign, based on the number of volunteers we have compared to last time and so on, and what our expectations are, is that we're aiming for 500,000 doors in Northern Metro and Western Metro combined. Now, last time we got around 8% of the vote in seats like Thomastown, Brunswick and Broadmeadows, and we averaged 5.6% across all the seats we stood in. And I think...
He sounded so deflated admitting it. Reaches for the speed up. I've already sped it up, all right? It seems your next election is going to be big if so many people are getting started this early. Well, specifically the Victorian is what? November, I think. So it's not long to go yet. Do a drinking game. Have a shot every time they say Pauline, One Nation or right wing. You'd already be tanked, bro. 1.5 isn't enough. Look, I like the radical ideas of the Victorian Socialists and the Greens, right? I mostly agree with some of the basic bitch economic policy. I'm already tanked. We cannot have parties born out of Melbourne. Can we not have parties born out of Melbourne?
Those decent results, it's important to say, really vindicate the idea we had, or one of the ideas we had when we started this, which is that it was possible for socialists, if they campaigned well, to win votes, both in the inner city areas, where for years the Greens have been able to win progressive votes from Labor, but also to win votes in the core working class migrant areas in middle and outer suburbs, where Labor has never been challenged from the left before. So we think we can do that, and we think that we can substantially increase our vote in all of those places. And if we do that, we will have a serious chance of getting Omar Hassan in Northern Metro and Annika de Manuel in Western Metro elected into Parliament.
The Greens aren't what they once were. Hey, hardly about environmental issues. Ooh, it's crazy, isn't it? Wow. I'm sure Voltaire would have some opinions on that. More activist Greens are these days. Your Greens seem pretty shit. It's a point to take on that they do just focus on Melbourne. Only working class migrants, ... Okay. 0.58% of the primary vote last election. How many trees died for that speech? Come on. I know it's council, but Victoria Socialists do have a seat in their Bendigo council. Oh, there you go.
And we will also be throwing serious effort into running massive campaigns in some particular seats where we know we have a lot of support.
What's the manifesto? Okay, campaign strategy, really good. I want to know what the manifesto is.
Our best result in 2022 was in Footscray, where we got 9.4%. We have a much bigger team of members and volunteers there this time, and think there is significant room for growth in our vote. So watch out on election night for when the results from Footscray start coming in. But in Footscray and across the whole state, the success of our campaign is going to rely overwhelmingly on the hard work of our members and volunteers. We do not have the millions of dollars that Labor, Liberals and One Nation will use to absolutely saturate our screens with ads promoting all of their vile politics over the coming months. We're going to see an absolute deluge of it as all the parties pour millions and millions of dollars into this campaign. We will not be doing that. We'll do what advertising we can, but that is not our strategy. Hold it. I'll just a bit closer. I won't do that. I'll just go closer. Is that all right? Okay. What we have instead of that money is you, the people here in this room, and the many more around Victoria who already support our party. We know that when we can get to people, when we can get them to hear our message, it resonates.
Don't be like that, bro. This is what it feels like when you review One Nation speeches. Oh, I get it now. LOL. No. Hey, these guys are representing your interests, Lemmas. What's up? Hey, Home Alonies and MC Culkins. Dude, you've come in for the best part. We are going down the rabbit hole to see. So the socialists of the Victorian socialists are running candidates in the Victorian election, and they've come out with a manifesto, but they won't share it with us. It's one of those things like you really want to know what it is, and someone won't tell you. So oh my God, you got to know. And so that's what we're investigating. Other socialists in Victoria are going to run on like real good hardcore socialist issues, like even like not like Mamdani style stuff, like free buses, childcare. What else did he promise? Rent control. Like, are they going to go? Are they going to go after class politics, or like is it just so far? It's just been like we've got to stop Pauline Hanson, and then we're going to attack Labor from the left and leech some of their votes. But I'm hoping there's going to be like working class politics coming out of this. It's going to happen. It's coming.
And we can win votes. So what we need is for people here to be on polling booths, to be door knocking, to be letterboxing over the next few months. And we need you doing that yourselves, but also drawing friends and family and co-workers into our campaign. The moment that we are in politics in Australia and in Victoria is dire and dark. And whatever happens in this election, it will be remembered, I think, for a long time to come. But the power is here with all of us working together to help make sure that 2026 is not remembered just for the rise of the far right, but that 2026 is a year where a new socialist movement burst onto the political scene and bloodied the nose, not just of One Nation, but of all of the parties and the institutions that keep the wealthy few on the top and the rest on the bottom. That is the challenge in front of us in this campaign. Thank you.
This guy seems very unhinged. Oh yeah, he's a psycho. So good. I would classify Zioran's policies as consumer-centric. Oh yeah, look, yes. But are the workers not a important section of the consumer class? They use their meager wages to get sustenance in this crazy economy. Give him a break, I say. He's got elbows, nasally speech down pat. I need to say bloody more. Yeah. When I get angry around the kids and I can't swear, I say bloody more. I've noticed. That's how you come across impactful without being too harsh. Well, at least they have policies on their website. I checked them into the stream chat. Oh, thank you. I guess maybe if this doesn't deliver actually any of the goods in terms of their policies, then we can just read it ourselves then, potentially. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's only focused on one half. Oh, yeah, okay. Right. Got it. It's only focused on one half of the equation. Yes. Not just the economic struggle, but the political struggle. We can't see the manifesto. It's super secret socialist stuff. We aren't cool enough. Well, then this was one very misleading title. And I want my money back, Dilemmas.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Look, one of the things that Corey pointed out is that we have some very powerful enemies this election. The major parties have corporate backers with deep pockets. We know that One Nation has Gina Rinehart, and honestly, even the Greens have campaign budgets that we can only dream of. So we don't have wealthy backers. What we do have is something much more powerful. All of you. We have...
It's a manifest. No, no, you may not see. It hasn't manifested yet. The chat's on fire this afternoon. God, I hope they come out with some policies, because all we've got is just zingers in the chat so far. Come on, man.
thousands of ordinary people who believe that another world time to politics and a copy of dollars, as well as argument is outwards. Brendan,
All right, she's got the manifesto out. Here we go.
One of the great ways, actually, that you can support the campaign is grab a copy. Whoops. Of our new manifesto. You can get it downstairs from the merch table for $10, as well as helping to fund the campaign. You'll be taking home, I guess, a clear vision of socialism, of the arguments that we're going to be making. So grab your copy, have a read, then lend it to a friend, and let's get these ideas out to people.
I'm scared of her. You should be. She's going to throw the book at you, bro. No, give us the manifesto. What manifesto? She's cooked. I almost joked she was going to say, buy our book, and then she said it.
Beyond those who are here tonight.
I thought she was going to start reading it. That's why I went back. Damn.
Our next speaker is Brendan Lords. Brendan, yeah. Awesome. Well, maybe he needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Brendan is a public school teacher and a trade union activist who's been at the heart of one of the biggest battles we've seen in our public school system in a long time. So I'm going to tell you a bit about Brendan in a moment, but before I do, I thought that we could do something to stand in solidarity with the teachers tonight. I was at their strike last week, or whatever the most recent one was, and my favourite chant was one that actually borrows from the amazing 1986 nurses' strike, and it goes like this. Dedication doesn't pay the rent. Strike, strike for 35%. Dedication doesn't pay the rent. Strike, strike for 35%. Dedication doesn't pay the rent. Strike, strike for 35%. Okay, thanks, comrades. So when teachers voted down not one but two sellout agreements and took historic strike action, Brendan was one of the educators helping to build that fight. He understood that winning better schools means more than fighting just in our workplaces. It also means taking that political fight to the people responsible for attacking public education. When Ben Carroll was Education Minister, he spent years trying to hold down educators' wages and conditions and overseeing the systematic underfunding of public schools.
This is 100% my vibe in person, though I don't want it to be. I know it. Fair enough. She's intense. Come on, get that one on the manifesto. Come on. This is just kindling for people like Han. Yes, I know, right? Oh my God. Yes. Arnott's workers in Adelaide are striking today. Only got a 2% pay rise. 2% pay rise is not a pay rise. Less yapper festa lady. She's got a bit of energy though. Got to give it to her.
Instead of being held accountable for his crimes, he was rewarded by his party with a promotion to Premier. And as we've said, in his first days, he made it very clear whose side he's on, and it's not ours. Well, Brendan isn't prepared to let Ben Carroll just waltz into Nidri unchallenged. I think it's really fitting that one of the teachers who's been leading the fights in our schools is now the one to take on the Premier, Ben Carroll, at the ballot box. So please give a huge welcome to public school teacher, militant trade unionist, rebel educator, and the Victorian Socialist candidate for Nidri, Brendan Lords.
Boreas, see you later. Thanks for hanging.
Well, I hope Ben Carroll is scared of that introduction. Well, so a few months ago, the Labour Party and their friends at the head of my union had a completely different idea. They had a plan for how this campaign would go. What it was going to be is a bit of agitation, a bit of words about underfunded schools. It was going to be one set-piece strike, even though we hadn't struck in 13 years and we'd been constantly going backwards. Then it was going to be tying up a deal, selling it ruthlessly to members, even though it didn't stem the crisis, and trying to scrape it over those lines based off of fear-mongering and low expectations. Then the plan was, let's pivot that fear-mongering and low expectations into the election.
Why do you say that? This guy's an Australian. The accent? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it is as well.
For the Labour Party, getting continuously further to the right. That was the plan. It had worked before. Those plans.
Yeah, what's the accent? I thought maybe it's just his voice, but he's a migrant. Get him. Canadian, USA. I don't know. All I hear is migrant talk. Hey, get him. Hope he didn't swim here. Could be from an American international school. American. Okay, fair enough. It's an invasion. He ain't one of us. It's an invasion.
Getting continuously further to the right. That was the plan. It had worked before. Those plans had led to the crisis in education that we had. That's why our pay had been losing ground to inflation every year since 2020. That's why Australia has increasingly segregated and unequal schools because of the drastic privatization that is rampant throughout our systems. And that's why teachers are dropping out by the hundreds. That's why only 3 in 10 plan to stay till retirement, and education support staff working with our most vulnerable students have to get second jobs because of the poverty wages they're on. However, rank and file workers, teachers and education support staff made different plans.
Going after Ben Carroll, that's not very PC. Going after a middle-aged lesbian. Hey, what if it was a fully aged lesbian? Would that be okay? He said, right, take a drink. Shirts a 3X. He's American. Oh, man.
And we're still carrying those out right now. That strike in March, it was a historic moment.
You know, that's actually, out of all the criticisms you could have come up with, huh? That was the most tasteful one ever. Why are they always teachers? Yeah, why? Why are they always teachers? I don't know, teachers are used to talking to crowds, I guess, and hurting people. And indoctrinating the youth. Let's go with that. You can skip this dude entirely. He never mentions policy. How would you know? You didn't pre-watch this one, did you? How do you know? We need teachers. Who else will look after our kids? Yeah, the state. It's the state that looks after our kids.
Built up the confidence for thousands of workers, started getting that muscle memory for what it looks like when you stand up to your bosses, when you stand up to the system, when you stand up to a government that neglects you, and that confidence didn't just go away. When the first rotten deal came through, whenever our union took away democratic measures to talk about it, people kept up that confidence and built a fight to vote no. Not once, but twice.
It's workers' rhetoric, though. Like, he's talking about strike action. Like, that's pretty good. Still no manifesto, though. Hey, they're fighting for teachers' rights. This is good. No, they are the same as the clergy. They need to get them young while they are young, impressionable, and retarded. Right. Okay. Yes, that was the implication. Got to indoctrinate them. I had it opened another time. This is torture. Oh man, you love it, bro. Also, kind of talking about captured unions? ? Hello. State raised me, and I turned out okay. I'm fine, and of course, like the clergy. Yeah, okay. I was waiting for that. Thank you, hon. Thank you. Here we go. Here we go. I was raised by some feral cats in an underpass, and you can tell.
And that's why it wasn't one historic strike. It was another strike last week that we won. That was a strike of the rank and file, demanding that this fight needs to go on, and there's more that we can get out of it. And I have to say
my name in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. You know who you are.
Socialists played an indispensable role in this struggle. We organized socialists in schools to be the dogged fighters, to raise those expectations, to assuage the fears about striking, to let people know what power we actually had. And then when the bad deal came through, to doggedly say, vote no, we can do better, we can get enough. We took the battle not just to our enemies in the government, but those trade union officials who care more about appeasing their friends in the Labour Party than they do about their actual workers. We told people it's time to stand up, fight back against them too. And then we saw what happened. We saw that people took a step forward, and we're still in this campaign where there's more on the table to win. So, and reflecting on that history, I think it's important to know that as a socialist, we know it's never just about one good deal. This rotten system is privatizing our schools left and right. The school staff who actually know how to do everything that makes our schools run, that educates the next generation, should be the ones running these schools and deciding how they work. The workers who actually do everything in our society to make our whole world run should be the ones deciding on how that world runs.
Hey, there we go. There's some real socialist rhetoric. The teachers who run the schools should be in control of the schools. Still no policy yet, though. It's just an hour of whinging. The next girl doesn't mention policy either. Oh, man. But what about those who become retarded later in life? They become teachers, and the cycle continues. So good. Yep, that is the plan. It's working swimmingly. Before you strike, please fill out the form in duplicate, lodge it by certified mail. I'm sick of being inconvenienced. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, the reality of that, isn't it? Policy is boring, though, to be fair. No one cares about policy. People love vibes. But it's called a manifesto. Where's the manifesto? Call it not policy, then. Let us call it the manifesto. Like, what are you going to do? Instead of talking about your lived experience. Like, come on, I want to know. I guess that's where they get you. We have to buy the book now. Spend $10. Oi, how brave is this of the New South Wales, of the Victorian Socialists? Comments are turned off. What's going on there? Why not? Hey, what are you? The ABC? Hey? The Australian Bureau of Communists? And you can't take a bit of flack in the comment section? That's what you should be battling people in the comment section. Can't believe they got comments turned off. Come on, man. You've got thousands of volunteers. Someone could man the comment section in this video for you. Surely. Yeah, battle people in comment section. Dude, have you seen some of the shorts? There's so many times I picked up my phone after dropping a short and someone's like raging on something. I'm just like, respond. Be a smartass. I'm like, nah, let it go. I'm not battling people in the comment section. I'm not doing it. I'm not biting, bro. I'm not biting. But I don't turn my comments off. All right? Right? Okay? Let people say their piece.
This year, we've had this huge segment of workers get a bit more confidence.
We will fight them in the comments. We will fight them via the reply posts. Dude, so good. This is a peak example of why the right don't like this version of the left. Like, as in, like, what they're talking about, or just the comment section thing. LOL, typical socialists. Rules for thee, not for me. Yeah, Winston Churchill, if he was lame, we will fight them in the comments.
Now the most urgent task to translate that into the fight for the whole new society that we deserve. So yeah, I have to get used to seeing my face around a lot more and the discomfort with that, because I did stick up my hand to run against Ben Carroll. I did this alongside 12 other rebel socialist educators who are out there fighting to be the workers that run through Parliament and actually tell the world how society should run. We're running in this election to demonstrate the workers know what we need and know the world that we need. And if you look around the room at some of those other red shirts out there, some of those legendary
rebel, eh? I haven't seen a group of so many of all people, since my last libertarian convention. Oh, man. Very good. You're on fire this afternoon, Han.
Rebel teachers could be next to you as we speak. So then, yeah, I got this promotion on Tuesday. Suddenly I'm running against the premier. And then what did the premier say? We're like, okay, out of one side of his mouth, it's all Jacinta Allen's fault. That's why you don't have the deal that you have. But it's been a week. We have no new deal. What else did he say? My first task is to attack construction workers. My second task, shame indeed. My second task is to give more money to the police. My second task is to attack work from home laws and signal at austerity in the future. So we know, even if he finds it politically expedient to give us a better deal, which is a big if, he's gonna come fighting for other workers, and we have to be there as part of that fight to defend everybody in our society facing these attacks.
Look, I haven't heard anything wrong with what they want, sure, just nothing concrete about their plans in this speech. Their website has plenty, though. Yeah, we got the link for the website from Hobo Joe. He's our expert. He watches their podcasts. He's across their policies. So we're going to check that out afterwards for Worker Wednesday. But it says in the title, it says a socialist manifesto. Where's the manifesto? Who is giving more money to police? Who? I don't know, Labour, apparently. Victorian Labour, maybe. Or maybe they're just not cutting funding to the police. I don't know. What did work from home do wrong? I don't know. That's a funny one. They're accusing Labour of taking away work from home rights. But we saw at the federal level the other day, Albo was saying that they made it like a law. Or as in, like, you can't deny people working from home rights on a reasonable ground.
So that's why everybody in here, whether you're in schools or not, needs to be part of that moment. You need to be building your local branches. You need to be doggedly talking about what it means to take that next step forward as a socialist organization and relentlessly bug your friends about it. And your family members. I even got a donation from a right-wing family member this week, so keep going. Our task is to build on these moments and connect it to that fight for the actual world that we deserve. Whether it's saving public health clinics that are being shut down, whether it's protesting against data centers destroying working class communities, whether it's the attacks on our water system. These are all the fight for the society that they deserve. These are all fights for the working class, and it's all fights that we have to be part of, and we have to build our socialist movement to be responding to. So we saw a little glimpse this year of what a scrappy team of socialist workers could do in a single industry. Imagine if we come out of this year with double that size of teachers. Imagine if the hundreds
It
here...
comes with the commie territory. They all turn red. They're just excited. They're very excited, people. All right, they're having a good time.
meet hundreds or thousands more, and all of these people become those scrappy fighters for socialism. What could we win, comrades? I think... yeah. So I'll leave it there, but...
Fuck being told what to do by a teacher after school? That's not fair. I did my time. I did my time.
These moments and this election, with all the horrors that we're facing, is another moment to take a step forward in that world that we deserve to win. Thank you, comrades.
Bring out that dog. You should do this, E. You can do better. What? Like public speaking, are we talking about here? Or like joining the Socialist Alliance or Alternative? I think these guys are Socialist Alternative. I think. I don't know, man. With some of the stuff that I've said in critique of these guys, I don't think they'd be very happy to have me around. They'll let me hang out at a anti-Pauline protest, but I don't think they'd let me run as a candidate.
Thanks, Brendan. Well, if Brendan's speech has inspired you, and how could it not, then don't leave that inspiration in the room. Because the truth is, no matter how wonderful our candidates are, this election is not going to be won. This movement is not going to be built by a handful of decent candidates. It'll be won by hundreds of ordinary people deciding to get involved. We want to knock on 500,000 doors. We want to have tens of thousands of...
Sorry, I'm just going to skip over the MC. I know you guys really want to hear her speak. But like, who's the last speaker? Okay, I've come across here. Like, 4AS isn't here anymore, but we've come across her before. I thought she was Sydney based. She must have moved down there. Do we do the policies? We'll just let this last one speak, shall we? If you like the last guy and the MC, you'll love this girl. Yeah, yeah, she's hardcore, this one. She's hardcore. I've heard her speak before. Part of me wants communism to succeed so I can watch these people suffer in a coal mine. And like, you'd have to be in the coal mine too, right, Han? With them to see them suffer, right? Still going. Yes. Yes, we are. You're going to love this. If you like labor theory of value, you're going to love this. We are watching socialists give us their manifesto, which is like not really manifesto-y. It's kind of just a political rally. Kind of preaching to the converted, more or less. But we will read their policies soon. They should join the One Nation Party. They want to deport all other Nathans till there is only one. LOL. Sorry, indoctrinathan. Ha. Oh, there is no indoctrinathan anymore, it would seem. I would gladly work in the coal mine if I'm surrounded by these retards crying that they never become party leaders and life is unfair. But they do it now. Eh? You don't have to go in the coal mine for this, hon. We can just watch this content all day long if you like. Where's Omar? He's not bad to listen to. There can only be one. These are woke commies. They won't want coal. That's good.
Thanks, comrades. Well, we live in a state and we live in a country which is not just divided by class. People talk about the class divide. It's this neutral term. We live in a country which is devastated by class. Australian billionaires increased their wealth by an average of $600,000 a day in 2025. And the richest 48 at the top of this society control as much wealth as the poorest 11 million Australians. Shame. Shame. And Gina Reinhardt, who has been ferrying around Pauline Hanson to Dolce & Gabbana shows in Europe, Gina Reinhardt has a net worth which tops $38 billion. And that is equivalent to, like, what she's currently making is equivalent to $5,631 every single minute. This is the way that the rich and powerful live. And part of, using that term class divide, it doesn't tell you where that wealth comes from. Where does that wealth come from? It's not just that there are haves and there are have-nots. There are people who have the wealth and then there's others who didn't manage to get it. People like Gina Reinhardt, the billionaires and the capitalists, they have wealth because working class people spend our entire lives, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week if you're lucky, working for them, making them money. That's where they get their wealth. It is from stealing the lives of working class people.
Shame. I hope everyone's keeping up with the shames. All right? Everyone's very quick on the grr when we talk about bulldozers. Everybody keep up with the shames.
And when people say to you, what's going on in your life? What's new in your life? What have you been up to? What have you been doing? We're meant to think that the small amount of time that we have after work, that is what constitutes our time, the time we get to choose, the time that is within our control. The rest of it belongs to the rich and powerful. They own our time. I reject that. I think we should have a society where working class people organise ourselves, stand up to that and say, you will not become billionaires by exploiting us day in and day out. That is what socialist politics is about.
Oh, she's not wrong about time, though. If you do think about the way that the economy functions, it definitely functions in that sense. Like, you're free and you have your time, but like outside of that, you're in service to the economy. And so like you go onto a market like anything else and you trade yourself on a market, a labor market, and you give away your time. Like whether you're productive or not, I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like most people are pretty hopeless and aren't very productive, but they're trading their time effectively. And like your time is everything outside of that allocated to the economy. There's nothing wrong with that way of thinking. And like, you know, it would actually change a lot, I think, the perception of things if people thought about their time being wasted or being dedicated to something that they don't have any real control over. It's a scary proposition to think of like your life as like chunks of time. And like time is the only resource that like you can never get back. Like so many resources you can get more access to if you desperately need it, or you can manipulate a system to work in your advantage. But, you know, the time that you expend at somebody else's direction, okay, for compensation, whatever, you never get that back. You can never get that back. And it's not even a case of, okay, fine, that's the social contract, right? You have to spend so much time working in the economy somehow, contributing in the economy. And you don't get to choose particularly the best times for you even. Like there's very rarely people out there that choose when they work, like what really suits them. Some people have very flexible working arrangements and they're very lucky. Like majority of people, like your best and most productive hours are at somebody else's beck and call. And out of generally speaking, 5 out of 7 days are focused on you being available for being a productive member of society. It is our reality, that's for sure. Time is an illusion. Time is just a concept of the bendy space-time vortex. We are supposed to spend most of our waking time in the grips of the capitalist class. It's scary theory, isn't it? Like thinking about that. Where do you spend most of your time? In service to the economy somehow. Whether directly related to the capitalist class or whatever, like you serve most, and like your adult life as well, like your most productive years, as they say, in service to the economy. XNF, poor you being exploited by the people who agree to pay you in exchange for your labor. Yes, that's right. They paid for it, so they can do whatever they want with you. Unblock theory of time. It's all now. You ain't gonna pay your bills sitting on your ass. Yes, that is true. I don't, but I'm having to rejig my whole ass life around that just to not have to be a slave to capital. 60 months interest free and all. Quite the rowdy crowd today. Hey, I hold you and the other mods in the Twitch world responsible. Like usually Twitch is where the civilized people are. Usually. It's quite the rowdy crowd over there today, can I just say. Quite the rowdy crowd.
A couple of years ago, my uncle Pete, who is beloved in our family because he would always bring a plastic garbage bag of like random heaps and heaps of random cheap stuff from Kmart for Christmas. So you're like, so many presents, you know, in this guy. We love this. My uncle Pete, he worked for his entire life on cranes as a rigger. He was known as a very trustworthy health and safety rep, and he was a union member his entire life. He worked his entire life on cranes, and he was one of the many, many workers who meant that there has been a construction boom in this country.
Shout out to Pete. Yeah, what a legend.
That has meant construction firms have made billions and billions of dollars. He worked his entire life on cranes, making those people money. And then the week that he retired, he went on a holiday to Fiji and he drowned. And he is one of many, many working class people who spend their life doing what they are told by the bosses.
XNF, how do you respond to that? He innovated the crane, which helped make people lots of money and didn't get a share in that. But he was paid for his work, so it's fine. I would like to know your response to that one, XNF. Such is life. Dude, fucking savage take on this. Dude, come on. Work your whole adult life and then you die on holidays just before you retire. Dude, that sucks, man. It's not just such is life. So work killed Pete? No, he's just dedicated his life to something. As long as you appreciate the time that you do have, then it's fine. R.I.P. Pete.
And making money for the rich and powerful, and then who are discarded at the end of all of that. So socialism is about saying we deserve better, we deserve a world of dignity, and we...
Poor people who invented the wheel made the world a better place and didn't even get stock options. I think you missed the point of the question, but fair enough. Willfully ignorant on that one. Got it. Exactly. It doesn't matter what you're doing. All that matters is that you're enjoying life. Yeah, definitely appreciating it. Because if you just dedicate yourself to the grind, it's not guaranteed that you'll come out the other side and have the freedom that you expect of that. If I lived in Oz, I'll be Opal and good hunting. Lived for his work. Pete enjoyed his work. He lived for his work. Sad he didn't die at work.
We deserve a world where our worth and our lives are not measured by what we produce for the capitalists. And there's a lot of rhetoric at the moment and a lot of talk about billionaires, but it's not just the billionaires, it's the fact that the entire system, the capitalist system, is structured to be like this. It's structured to oppress working class people and to funnel wealth to the rich and powerful. That is the whole system that governs not just our state, not just our country, but our entire world. And we saw the consequences of living in a world that is governed in that way when the Gaza genocide began in 2023.
All right, who said it? I haven't heard anyone else talk about this yet, but here we go. They've mentioned Gaza. Who said that they were going to drink every time somebody mentioned this? The other two didn't. Like the guy that was the teacher unionist, he just stuck to like workers' struggle. There we go. This is what the average Victorian wants. When you're like you're going to run for political office. Very interesting. This is the first I'm hearing about Gaza. Did somebody else talk about Palestine already then? Maybe somebody else did. Bloody capitalists controlling the ways to kill workers before they can enjoy retirement. Vaguely alluding? Okay, fair enough. Well, whoever was supposed to be drinking, I think the first guy said, yeah, Labour's Jenny side. That's right. That's right. Labour's Jenny side. That's it.
We saw as the bombs fell, as universities and schools and hospitals were bombed, and as entire family bloodlines were wiped out forever, we saw what it means to live in a capitalist system. It means death and destruction, and it means people getting rich off that, and it means even Labor governments, so-called social democratic governments, not just going along with it, not just letting them have access to the weapons that they need, to the money that they need, but also...
I think they're in their late 20s. I think. Pretty sure. Like, I would have met her like 5 years ago now, and I'm pretty sure she was in her early 20s, I think. But yeah, I don't know. She's young. How about that? Oh, just out of uni? Potentially still in uni? I'm not sure.
Touring the president responsible for that to our country, getting him to meet children and presenting him as if he is some wonderful diplomat that everyone should shake hands with. That's what it means to live in a capitalist system. And so in my electorate, where I'm going to be running in Footscray, I think you see this in the most just visceral way. And just recently in our electorate, There was a young man called Abdi Fattah
Did
Hamed.
she have better ideas back then, or just winning? No, like she actually was with some other dude, and they were talking about their activism, and like they, I don't know, chained themselves to something, got arrested, and then they had to go to court, and they were talking about their court experience, and they were being questioned in the witness stand, and they were talking about how they were just like rattling off stuff about how capitalism is the problem with the system. And like they blamed everything on like, you know, capitalism and capitalists and stuff like that, instead of like actually answering the questions of the lawyers as they were being like cross-examined. Like, do you think it's acceptable to break the law such as oh, do capitalists think it's acceptable to do this and to do that, blah 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 blah. It was actually really entertaining and like, you know, really militant stuff. So not just whingy stuff. She was rather militant, I think. So like impressive militancy stuff. But like this is I guess more political campaign mode. Like it takes balls to stand up in a courtroom and like tell people to get fucked. And she's got the kahunas.
Who is a young Somali man. He was shot dead by 2 police officers. The state government proclaimed that they stood with those police officers unequivocally. Why could this young Somali man be shot dead in the streets of Footscray? And then why could his name disappear without even a whisper? First of all, he was homeless, as are 30,000 people in this state, a state in one of the richest countries in this world. The Footscray electorate is around 20,000 people. A lot of the electorates in this state are 20 to 30,000 people. 30,000 people are homeless in this state, and what's Labor doing about it? Worse than nothing, they are selling off, privatising, demolishing on their own dollar, I might add, demolishing and selling off the 44 public housing towers that dot our skyline. Those public housing towers are a visual representation of the idea that people at least deserve a roof over their heads. And Labor is knocking all of those down and selling the land off to private developers. And you know what?
Is that true? Is that true? Can anyone verify this? They're demolishing, they're bulldozing 44 towers and selling them off to the private sector. Is that fucking true? That's outrageous. That is outrageous. Look, I'm all for demolishing public housing to put up more public housing. That's outrageous. In this economy, removing public housing, I saw that, not done any research into it. Why? I just think that's fucking outrageous. Like, my general position is housing market fails. Take housing off market. Solution. As opposed to like just continually being like, we need another market solution for a failing market. And so public housing is like really, and it's been degraded so much over the last, you know, so many decades. The last buffer between the housing market that is completely screwed and people getting access to housing is public housing. So they're relocated where? Into boxes? Yeah, fucking hell. That's what usually happens when they do this. Why does it cost so much for housing in Australia? You have no people and a lot of land. Housing should be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue. You're right. But like we didn't have, you know, like manifest destiny or anything like that. We didn't spread far from the coastline. So like we don't have a lot of like centers. Like most of I think, 90% of the population lives within like 100 clicks of the coastline. So, yeah, we didn't spread out too much, to be honest. And so like the land that is available for development is constrained. And beyond that, we were just an agricultural outpost for the British Empire. So like all the land was basically like for sheep rearing and other forms of agriculture, I'd say. So like they don't want to get rid of too much of, they didn't want to get rid of too much of that. And yet they're demolishing old housing, and in my opinion, they should give that up. Do you think they learned from their neighbours? 2 of our governments tried that within a single decade, and both times made homelessness crises. Yeah, it's not a good option. Albo is a centrist, right? Is that like centrist, like question mark, correct? Like a question, or are you just saying he's centrist, right? He's definitely right faction of the Labour Party. So
they're calling that renewal. And they're lying and trying to make people think this is a positive thing, that to the residents that this is going to mean this actually ends up with a lot of public housing stock and everything is lovely. That's not true. It is a massive reduction in public housing stock in this state. It's privatisation, as Labor has been privatising year after year after year, anything that they can touch, just like Kennett did. Shame. Shame. He could also be shot dead and then painted as if he was the villain, because Labor and Liberal governments for decades have gone along with and have created and have whipped up a consensus that if you are black in this country, if you are black in this state, if you are a refugee, if you are a working class migrant, then you are a villain in our society. And they like to call, Pauline Hanson an outlier. They like to talk as if one nation's racism is bizarre and has come from nowhere. Well, it is Labor and Liberal governments that have painted young black men as villains, as terrifying, and it is Labor and Liberal governments that have locked up black children in prisons in this state and in this country, and it is Labor and Liberal governments that systematically exclude and oppress people for their racial background. Shame. Shame. And that's why we also now have a situation in Victoria where our Premier announced, as if it was a positive thing, that 12-year-olds can go to prison. Shame. Shame. This is a state in which punitive laws are used against children and they are locked up in prisons. That is not the place that a child belongs. No child should be in prison. And so now, we don't have an Allen government, we have a Carroll government, and the Carroll government has proclaimed that it wants to be even more right-wing than the Allen government was, that it will bend over backward for business, that it will go after the CFMEU, that it will go after the right to work from home, that whatever business wants, it will do. That's the new Labor government. And so that is why we need to fight not just one nation, not just the Liberal Party, but we need to reject the idea that Labor, as a lesser evil, is the solution in this electorate. Well, we know what Labor gives us. It is devastation, neglect of working class areas, and it is racism. We don't accept that, and we will fight Labor tooth and nail just as we fight the others. So what are we going to fight them for? We're fighting for a universal living guarantee, something which sounds so obvious, so ridiculously obvious, that it shouldn't even be written down on paper, that it shouldn't be coming out of my mouth right now. A universal living guarantee. What kind of a society do we have to fight for a universal living guarantee? Being born should mean being able to live a life of dignity. Being born should be enough to live a life.
Well, I'm not down with the rhetoric here. Can someone confirm for me? Are we talking about UBI here? Universal Living Guarantee. Is that right? Is that what we're talking about here? The louder you yell, the more correct you are. Is that what we're talking about here? Universal Living Guarantee? I gotta know. I'm getting the research assistant out. You, if you don't like it. Tough titties, I'm doing it, and I don't care. You hate the UBI term, bro. I hate UBI. I hate UBI so much. So much. That's how the tech bros are going to enslave us, bro. We'll be sitting in our little cardboard box, our little prison cells one day, you and me, Voltaire, strapped into the Matrix, and I'll be like, I told you UBI was a bad idea. What does she call it multiple times? Universal Living Guarantee. You got it. She explains it. Okay. Universal. Can you very briefly describe the concept of a universal living guarantee? UBI isn't universal to techno-feudalism. Yeah, okay. I think that in the 70s, a UBI would have been a great idea. All right? Like when countries like had domestic industrial bases and could actually facilitate workers onshore, like your working class was onshore, and so people that just fall through the cracks are supported, but people have the dignity and the right to work. But like in the world that is being fashioned before our eyes, I don't know if the UBI is a good idea, man. I don't know. I'm worried. A universal living guarantee is the idea that every person should be guaranteed access to the essentials needed for a decent standard of living, regardless of their income, employment status, rather than only providing cash. It focuses on ensuring a universal access to things like housing, healthcare, education, nutritious food, public transport. I'm down with that. It's like just supplying people with human rights. Is housing a human right? Yes. All right. Well, then let's provide housing. Unlike a UBI, which guarantees a cash payment, a living guarantee emphasizes guaranteeing goods. I get down with this. It's not a UBI. Fuck yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. It means the dead should be resurrected at the expense of the capitalists. Why do you cuck so hard for capitalists, XNF? Do they do things to you? For you, I should say. Or to you? Why? Why do you love them so much? What have they ever done? A universal... Yeah, okay. I'm down for this. The word universal scared you? Dude, terrified. It's like if somebody says buffering, I freak out. Who said buffering?
Should mean being able to live a life of dignity. Being born should be enough to live a life where you have access to the things you need to live a good life, and especially in one of the richest countries in the world, especially in a country where billionaires
like
are
the
rorting us
stream.
every single day.
If you're watching this, you're on YouTube, you haven't already. Activate the like button. Do it. Activate it. Be nice, though. Don't smash it. Be gentle. Touch it. Caress it. Smooch it. All those things. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. I would date this chick. No cap on God. You would, bro. Hey? I'm flying you over to Australia, man. Actually, to Victoria specifically.
So we're fighting for a universal living guarantee going into this election. What does that mean? It means free publicly owned childcare available to parents 5 days a week. It means...
Yeah, see, these are policies. She's talking about a manifesto. It's only taken us 43 minutes to get to the manifesto. Free childcare. Tick. Screw all you haters. Free childcare. All right? You if you don't like it. Ben's or Ben, are you here? This one's for you, bro. Free childcare. Fuck yeah. Is this sped up? Yeah, we're at 1.25. That's right. All the hotties live in Vic. Fuck yeah.
Childcare available to parents 5 days a week. It means a new public builder to build and then operate 150,000 new public housing units, because we should be going forward in terms of public housing, not being sent backward by demolitions.
Dude, public builder? 150,000 public housing units? Yeah, let's do this. All right. Take that. Oh, you douchebags out there. I'm down with this. We finally got to the policy. Why? It's so good.
It means a 25% rent cut for private renters, and it means a 5-year rent freeze. And more than that, more than just a rent freeze, we are calling for rent reparations for everyone who has had to pay rent rises higher than inflation since 2021. The idea that our landlords have been rorting us just because they think we'll believe them their inflation rise is we don't believe it, and we demand reparations from them.
That's pretty hardcore, man. Rent reparations. Anyone out there a renter who feels like they've been screwed over? It's time to get rent reparations. Yeah. We need free daycare so parents can go be exploited by capitalists. Dude, I'm going to read the rest of that one. That sounds hilarious. Wait, where did it disappear to? We need free daycare so parents can go be exploited by capitalists instead of at home with their children. It's so good. No, it's because they are going to be exploited anyway. They might as well not front the cost of childcare. But I see what you did there. See what you did. Look after your own kids. State-raised kids is the problem of all you woke lovers. All right, bro. All right. I thought you'd like that one. Josh in the house. How you going? Hello, everybody. Hello. I would be down with hearing her voice yell at me to clean the dishes. So good. I'd let her tell me to do the housework. Fuck yeah. Dude, so good. Because it's such a popular question, do they have castings? Yes, they do. Government has the power to print money. They put it in budget. Government prints said money. Done. It's not magic. Governments do have the control over the currency. Reparations, LOL, good luck getting even 5% of the vote. Why? It's like, what, 100% of the population landlords? I think we could rally people against the landlord class. Why not? We could do this. Government can print currency. They can't print money. Uh-oh. Anti-semantic stuff going on in the commentary there. Good day and good night, mystery and all. Mr. Abbott's good having you here today. Thanks for hanging out, bro. LOL, devalue the currency. Oh, yeah, why? What will happen? An inflationary crisis? Oh, wait, we've already got an inflationary crisis? Oh, wait. I guess it doesn't really matter after all. We still get the inflation anyway. Who would have thought? Everybody loves a depression. So print more money, devalue the dollar, and make everyone... Like, hello? Everyone's acting like we don't have inflation, devaluation, and everyone being poorer anyway. Like, hello? Let's just do the same thing and get the same result anyway, instead of just spending on the public, which is what governments are supposed to do. No, let's just do nothing and see the same trend happen anyway. Yes, great idea, everyone. Great idea. No, I don't want to print money because that might give us inflationary problems and affect the cost of living and hurtle us into some type of depression or economic instability. And we do not have these problems already. Do we not? Oh, we do? So it doesn't really make a difference anyway? We might as well do some public spending then, which in the future results in more gains, which will pay down the debts. Hey? But you've got to, actually do something. You have to spend upfront, public spending upfront, and then you get those wins back in time, then which pays down the debt instead of staying in this austerity trap where you're convinced if I just cut more public spending and save a little bit more, I'm sure we will bring down the... we're in more debt. It happened anyway. I guess we're screwed. Don't worry about it then. You surely know how bad the depression was, and they're talking about it anyway. You think that if the Victorian government overspends, then we're not going to go through a depression? Everyone around the world will be like, I knew it. It was the Victorian government. If they didn't spend all that money, we would have averted a depression. Definitely would have averted a depression. Definitely.
We're demanding free public transport and we're demanding more of it across the state, and we don't think that it should be run by multinationals. Every single time you put your $5 into the trains, that shouldn't be making another billionaire rich. That should be going back into sustaining the system. And so people pay taxes already. We're for raising things like payroll taxes to cover free public transport, more of it, but also getting rid of these multinationals that are rotting it. We're for a grocery trolley for families that has everything they need to get by, and which is capped at $100 for the trolley. I was in the supermarket the other day near my house, and this woman was in front of me.
She's doing Mamdani's city-run grocery stores. Could you imagine that? Imagine next time you go to Woolies or Coles or whatever chain supermarket you go to, and they rip you off to the max, $6 a packet of Tim Tams. Go fuck yourself. I don't want to live in this world anymore. And they had it capped at $100 a trolley. Fuck yeah, I could get down with this. That just brings on the depression faster. You studied economics at least partly, yeah. And yes, and the history of economics is after depression comes the upswing. And so like constantly staving off the depression anyway, just like kind of makes it linger on. That's how the capitalist economy works. You want to know how capitalism works? It is systems of busts and booms. And so the correction is the bust. So like if you want to fix the problem, then like, hey, accelerate towards the depression. Public spending will get you out of it. That's the Keynesian way. It was Keynesian economics that got people out of the fucking depression. Just saying. Everyone holding onto their money accelerates the problem. Government can make an effect on that. When businesses and people decide they don't want to spend anymore, then governments have to step up and do the spending. That circulates money in the economy and gives people employment, and then people spend the money they make from government projects on like local businesses and the local economy, and then those people get money and then they get taxed and then it gets circled through the economy again. Like we're in a shit spot at the moment. It's like public spending isn't the enemy that everyone thinks it is. It's not going to cause an inflationary crisis because we already have an inflationary crisis. We've already got a problem, right? Okay. We've already got a problem. But no, let's just double down. Let's just keep doing the exact same thing we're doing now and expect that that's going to fix the problem. Let's just keep doing the same thing that got us here now. The actual conditions that we have now that everyone's scared of, we've got right now, and let's just continue doing the same shit. No, you can't stave it off forever. Exactly. So like, let's do some public spending then. Why not? Might as well.
Those weird robot conveyor belt things they have now. And she was getting different cards out of her wallet and kind of scrambling and looking at me apologetically, getting her cards out to pay the $500 thing that had come up on her screen, the $500 bill for her family's groceries. And this is a woman who, she looked at me and she said, sorry, I have 5 kids. I know it's ridiculous. I'm sorry I'm taking so long. Was putting those reward cards that like kind of, it's like the idea that they're giving you something back because they're tricking you into, using their freaking card.
Spend like a tunnel no one uses. Well, like one of those Elon Musk style tunnels that no one will use. Yeah, let's do it, bro. Let's do it. Like, come on, don't pretend like there are solutions here. Like, there's nothing we could spend on. There's no public spending. It's all we can do is build bridges to nowhere. Come on. Don't give me that bullshit. There's plenty of stuff we could spend money on that would stimulate the economy. Start with public housing. Let's start with that. Relieve the pressure on people that are actually struggling in the housing market. That'll help. If people don't spend as much money on housing costs, they have more money on consumption, and like it helps stimulate the economy. Like, it doesn't have to be bridges to nowhere. Come on, man. Come on.
So, this is the kind of thing that people are going through, struggling to spend $500 on groceries. Well, we're saying no. We don't accept that. $100 for a trolley of groceries for families, and no one should have to pay more than that, and they should get what they want. So that is our universal living guarantee, something to provide people with dignity, but in particular, a springboard and a jumping off point. Because we know that people deserve far, far better than everything they are given, and we're going to fight for it tooth and nail. And this is the starting point. We're going to go out this election and show what people actually deserve in this state. And then every year we're going to fight for more and more and more until we get it and we take it out of the hands of the billionaires who keep us down, the capitalists who keep us down. We're going to fight to take it out of their hands and put it into those of working class people.
I'm talking about working people. Hey, we got some of the rhetoric. She's got it. She was the most like working class rhetoric star one we've had so far. Should have gone to Aldi. Yes, I know, right? Why are you even shopping at Woolworths? Why? Should have gone to Aldi. That's where it's at. $150 used to fill my Morris Minor to capacity with groceries. Like door opens half spilled onto road. Now it gets me 3 bags. Dude, it's fucked, isn't it? It's crazy. I filled up, I think it was 1 bag the other day, and it was $80. $80 at Woolworths. Stuff I couldn't get at Aldi. Crazy. It's mental, man. It's an attack on the consumer class. I'm not going to say working class. I'll just say the consumer class. Mister, you got to stop talking about getting bags on stream. Why? It's my right. It's my stream, damn it.
I think growing up in Australia, and this applies everywhere in the world, there is a logic that it seems normal and common sense that the rich and powerful will always be first and we will always be last. That's just how things work, and that's the world that you are brought into. But I was lucky enough to be born into a family of people who know that working class people can change the world. My dad used to take us around the rocks in Sydney and point to public housing and say, and point as well to heritage buildings and say, this is only here because we, construction workers, fought for it. We refused to tear it down, and that's the only reason it's still here. I grew up with a grandma, Roma, who is a name that she hated because she thought it was very ostentatious. But she had 5 kids. She was living in public housing, some of the worst public housing. She was raising 5 kids, and she was in a domestic violence relationship, and she worked in factories, and she worked as a typist, and she constantly tried to unionise her jobs and was constantly sacked from her jobs for that reason. She was secretly doing typing work for the Communist Party and keeping it a secret from her husband. And she, while she was doing that, was doing typing work, transcribing, for some of the Communist Party lawyers who were doing research for the Gurindji strike and for the case against the Vesti family who owned the land that the heroic Gurindji people, Indigenous people, were walking off to demand their right to land, their right to have their land back. And during that period, this is the moment when land rights was really established as a serious demand in this country and as something that could actually be put into some form of reality. She was doing just typing work, you know, that can seem tiny, but it's the fact that there were so many people, the Aboriginal people who themselves were walking off, the people sitting here like Tanya who supported them, the many working class people around this country who fundraised for them and who stood with them, and the people like my grandma Roma who typed things up because that was the skill that she had. It was thousands and thousands and thousands of working class hands that went into making that historic struggle a success. People, ordinary people, working class people, we can change the world, but we can't do it as isolated individuals. It's like standing in a river and trying to stop the water from flowing around you. We can't do that as individuals, but we can change it together. And to do that, we need political organising that is direct, that's honest about what we're for, and also that isn't willing to pull punches. We don't want to say, oh, of course we accept the logic of this system, but we think maybe we could have this other thing as well. No, we don't do that. Socialists don't say that. We say we reject the premise. We reject the premise of how this society is run, and we demand a totally different world, one based on working class people getting what we need, and one which says the logic of the market, the logic of the rich running everything, the logic of the billionaires, all of that should be thrown out. Working class people can change the world, but we need socialist organising to do it. And so for everyone who's here tonight, I can see a lot of people who do a lot in terms of campaigning, both as activists, but also for Victorian socialists. But there's also a lot of people that I don't recognise, and a lot of people who I know.
All right. Are we going to get onto the policies now? No, she's still going. Damn. All right, let's do some policies. All right, let's actually see what the manifesto is. Our full policy platform for the 2026 state election. Here we go. All right. All you haters out there who expected that video that was titled, "This is the Manifesto," and they will talk about the manifesto. All right. Okay. Here it is. We got there. Guess we could have just gone here. But we would have had all the fun times. We would have missed all the fun times that we just had. Our full policy platform for the 26th state election. These policies were developed in consultation with Victorian Socialist members across the state. Workers' power. Let's do this one. Workers are more productive than ever, so why are we often working harder for longer in less secure jobs? The retirement age keeps being pushed higher, but hundreds of thousands of people in work can't get enough hours. We need to stop deregulation and casualization and instead use every means to improve wages and conditions for workers. Even more important, workers need to act collectively to organize and strike against exploitation and injustice in the workplace, what we think. All right, what are they actually going to do, though? All right, here's the actual doing part. We'll go to that. We'll fight to rights and collective action. Remove all restrictions on workers' right to strike and protect Victorian workers from persecution under Australia's anti-union and anti-strike industrial laws, including providing for the political and legal defence of any worker or union being pursued legally for taking industrial action, and banning prosecutions of striking workers by state sector employers. Ooh, there you go. Cap the pay of executives in the public service. Whoa, that's funny. Hey, all those who's usually whinging about bureaucrats and stuff like that. They want to cut all you libertarians and stuff like that out there that hate this stuff, hate the fat bureaucrats. They're gonna cap the pay of executives in the public service. There you go. Who would have thought? Government agencies, universities, state-owned corporations that at no more than 5 times Victoria's median average full-time wage. Sorry, median full-time wage, I should say. The reverse outsourcing, privatization, and the use of labor hire, and the contracting out of ongoing services, policy work and other core functions, wages and conditions. Ensure there is a current union negotiated enterprise agreement in place wherever the government provides or funds a service. This includes the entire state public sector, state-funded social services, and state construction infrastructure. The government should mandate minimum conditions for workers in these sectors, including 35-hour minimum wage. See that? For any Americans listening to this, $35 an hour is a working wage, is a dignified wage in this country. I like it. Now just be less of a dirty commie and we might get somewhere. Can we just take the commie part without all the dirty stuff, please? Create jobs with necessary training for all that want them. Address chronic wage theft. Labor's doing that, actually, which is interesting, right? By publicising the Wage Inspectorate Victoria. Increase funding for Victoria Legal Aid to assist migrant workers. Increase rights and protections of casual and gig economy workers, including reintroducing the state-funded Victorian sick pay guarantee and implementing a system to ensure leave and other entitlements follow workers whenever they move to a new role. Organising and industrial rights. Mandate annual elections for health and safety reps in every workplace. Where a union has a member or members on site, it must run the election. Legislate all workers to picket their work during an industrial dispute. Legislate to allow workers, fully decriminalize sex work and recognize sex workers' right to organize collectively. Make May Day a public holiday. Dude, this is the best one so far. Another public holiday. Fuck yes. Bring that on. They got my vote. We need more public holidays. Till the business goes under and there's no wage. Yes, because that would never happen, would it? Businesses never go under the current conditions. It's just the thought of paying people a decent wage and the businesses just start dropping like flies. Should be one public holiday a month, really. Like, let's be honest. More public holidays and sex workers for all. That's the campaign trail. Dude, if they had just said that right at the start, just be like, look, we're only going to campaign on 2 things here. More public holidays and sex workers for all. Like, I think a majority of Victorians would be down with that. Public sector, review and cut all state government contracts with the big 4 consulting accounting firms, PwC, KPMG, EY, Deloitte. No way. That's crazy. Yes, get rid of KPMG and the boys. Do it. Come off. Get rid of them. The dogs. Get rid of them. That's crazy. Scrap the below inflation public sector wage cap and expand agency operating budgets to guarantee real wage increase for all public sector workers. I can get down with that. I can get down with that. All these points and comments and arguments are completely pointless when the other person has no clue how economics works. If only we are all as enlightened as you are. If only. That would be the utopia. Require all public sector vacancies, to be advertised within 2 weeks of becoming vacant. Wow. Amend the Victorian Public Service Code of Conduct to protect public servants' rights to political speech and freedom of expression outside of work? That's crazy. Not going to happen. Oh. Yeah, mandatory vaccination. I thought they was talking about that. Uh-oh. They understand all industries that they make policies for. All right, housing for all. This one's going to rock the boat a little bit. What? People should have housing? Government should spend money on housing? No way. Impose a 25% cut to all residential tenancies, followed by a 5-year rent freeze. They did it. They went on the rent freeze. Create rental inspectorate Victoria, which will empower to... Oh, wait, dude. The rental inspectorate of Victoria, Hobo Joe, will be purple pingers out there. Oh, no. Quickly, the rental inspectorate's coming. It's purple pingers, man. Run. Investigate complaints against landlords and agents and enforce penalties. Introduce rent control where rents can only increase annually by either half of CPI or WPI, whichever is lower. It really will be. Dude, could you imagine? Rent freeze, dirty commie. Purple fingers. Dude, it'd be so good. I'd let him inspect my rental. Enforce minimum standards, safety, quality, thermal comfort, including all conduct. So it's just like regulate rentals. Make sure that they are like livable, basically. Inspect rooming houses and set rooming house rates. Strengthen protections for tenants. All right. Introduce minimum 12-month notice periods for all change of use evictions. 12 months. Yeah, take that, landlords. Remove the notice period for tenants to end a lease on any grounds. Yeah, right. That's an interesting one. Make landlords liable for all ordinary end-of-lease cleaning and maintenance costs. I don't know about that one. There are some trashy people out there, man. My God. Allow renters to withhold rent until a dispute is resolved or repairs completed. That's fair. A lot of people get screwed over by that one. Purple Pingers and the Gulag are coming to take your Airbnb. That's so good. Oh, man. Give everyone a $35 minimum wage, but don't worry, the cost of everything will go up. More dollars chasing the same goods. Do you choose to not understand this simple concept? Well, then why pay them at all, actually, Han? Right? If we just cut the cost of wages to zero, then people won't have money chasing goods, and then the cost of the goods will go down. It's genius. Do you not understand how this works? If I do now, and some logic is telling me if we just cut wages to zero, people will have no money to spend, and then the cost of everything will drop dramatically. Dramatically. I think that's the real solution, right, Han? Hey? Hey, I can be extreme too if you want. Require VCAT to refuse to issue an eviction order when the tenant has been able to secure housing. Okay. Triple fees for landlords to apply to VCAT. Oh my God. So it's the latter. Got it. Yeah, like you said, got to understand the way of the world as you see it. Then it all makes sense. Let's do the latter. Let's just not pay people. Let's just return to slavery. Hey, people should work, not be paid for it, and be happy. And then you don't have any of the costs, like the inflated costs that occur when people go out and spend the money that they earn. Just cut the money out that they earn, and then they won't raise prices. It's ingenious. It's goddamn genius. Why didn't I think of that? Homeowners, establish a state bank of Victoria that, a state bank? Uh-oh. Now that's communism. Absolute communism. Fuck those landlords. Hey, there we are. I knew we'd get you on something, Spandog. Hell yes, VCAT, specific stuff, actually targeted policy, and I like it. Yeah, bring back indentured servitude. That's the Han way. All to protect inflation. Establish a Victorian real estate exchange. I can't believe they're talking about a state bank. That's crazy. Establish an Victorian real estate exchange that will offer to advertise and manage and sale of rental houses for a fixed fee to undercut private real estate agents. So good. Crack down on property speculators and shareholders. Sorry, property speculators and property hoarders. I can't even read. Tax vacant residential land at 30% of the capital improved value on all properties that remain vacant for more than 6 months of the year. Making people use land productively. Commies. Homelessness. Set a target for ending rough sleeping in Victoria within 6 months. Is that the thing? Is that the political correct thing? You don't call people homeless. You say they're rough sleeping or something like that. Public housing. Stop the proposed demolition of 44 public housing towers. 44? What's going on there? A lot of public housing. Create a Victorian Public Housing Authority chartered to provide high-quality public housing for all Victorians on a not-for-profit basis that will include publicly owned construction companies across the entire housing supply chain, creating 20,000 jobs at above award conditions for union members to build public housing and take on other major projects such as the suburban rail loop. Damn. Yeah, they love using rough sleeping. Okay, home unacquired. Got it. Okay, another timeout for myself. What did you do? I can compromise on industry, but housing shouldn't be an industry. Sorry. Fair enough. I agree. Housing isn't an investment. Dude, this is what gets people. People come together on housing. That's very interesting. Yeah, housing should be for people to live in as opposed to profit on. And you can have some profit on housing, but primarily everybody's housing requirements should be there. That's crazy. People have weird kinks. It's very interesting what unites people. And this is the working class sentiment. This is common sense. This is where the working class comes together. Yeah, housing shouldn't be just this crazy market Ponzi scheme. Getting fired up today, XNF. Oh, I'm missing stuff here. Very interesting. Left it in censored comments. What did you say? Naughty. If you profit off housing market, I hope you get AIDS. Savage. All right, we've got it. We've got something that unifies the working class here. All the culture wars aside, we finally got it. People shouldn't be profiting on housing. First, the system should provide housing first, then a market outside of that. I think we've got them. It only take us 3 hours, and we finally got it. We got something we can all agree on. Planning. Impose a non-negotiable inclusionary zoning requirement mandating public housing at least 30% of all private developments built to a high standard. And the rest of the development, no pour doors. Dude, that is so good. I could get down with that. Mandating that private developments have to have 30% public housing ingrained in them. Fuck yeah. I could get down with that. I could get down with that. All right. Fix the health crisis. There's a health crisis. We'll fight to immediately increase the wages of healthcare workers by at least 2.5% above inflation. Boost the number of public health hospital beds. Okay, so it's about like under-resourced healthcare. Significantly increase the number of nurses, midwives, doctors, allied health and mental health specialists working in the public health system, and substantially increase training positions across the sector to allow for transition to a 32-hour working week with no loss of pay. 32-hour working week? Commies. Got it. Ban cheap carbs. That's a help. We're going to fight to ban cheap carbs. Establish and improve staff to patient ratios across the public sector. Properly enforce them and empower workers to trigger reviews into workloads. Damn. Pay wages to student and trainee nurses, paramedics, and other healthcare professionals completing placements. What? Pay them? Trainees and students? Outrageous. Outrageous. Expand the ambulance fleet to reduce wait times. Remove Ambulance Victoria membership requirements, making ambulance services free for everyone. Man, that's fucked. It shouldn't cost you any money to get an ambulance. You have an emergency, get an ambulance. Shouldn't cost you money. That's outrageous that we still have that. In this advanced society that we live in, or supposedly advanced society. And like, we can't even send an ambulance to someone's house during an emergency without charging them like $500. It's outrageous, bro. Out-fucking-rageous, yeah. Outrageous. Fully fund at-home care when medically appropriate and beneficial to the patient's well-being. Damn. Abolish parking fees for hospital staff, patients, and visitors. Yeah, free parking. Fuck yeah. Free buses, free parking at hospitals. I can get down with that. We do run out of ambulances a lot too. A poor taxi driver had to drive me to the hospital where the nurses rushed out to take me. It was bad. I felt for him. There you go. Oh, well, then you better vote socialist then, because they're actually going to make sure there's enough ambulances and you don't have to chop off one of your legs to pay for the ambulance as well. Crazy. Woozle, a council somewhere in AU is dropping a work day to keep council expenses down. Apologies if discussed already. No, haven't discussed it. Sounds interesting. Yeah, no. Private health insurance, you get AMBO for free. Just costs $5,000 a year to have. You get a freebie. And you get a freebie. Yeah. That's right, because everybody loves just going to the hospital, right? Eh? You must hate the Medicare system, man. You must hate for it. Hate it with a passion. No, it's okay when I get benefits from the system, but everybody else should suffer. Expand and further establish public community health centres across metropolitan and regional Victoria that will provide free access to in-person telehealth GP consultations. Like, don't we get that through Medicare already anyway? nurse practitioners who can prescribe medicines. Dental care, that'd be nice. Optometry, sure. First Nations health checks and services, what does that mean? Then they get access to Medicare as well. Our electricity bills pay for ambulance. Or is that just Queensland? Must be Queensland. Definitely costs in New South Wales, that's for sure. Reverse privatisation. Yeah, health is a big issue in Vic. They cut heaps of funding, so they had to cut paramedics. And even making it one paramedic per ambulance? What? Wow. Damn. What's going on there? Establish public quarantine facilities to cope with future pandemics. Establish a state-owned pharmaceutical company. Wow, this is crazy. They really are dirty commies. State-owned pharmaceutical company with the capacity to manufacture medicines, medical supplies, and vaccines. Wow. Introduce price controls to reduce the amount of money charged by private contractors, specialists, hospitals, and insurance funds for services in Victoria. Yeah, right. Ban the outsourcing of public healthcare services to private actors. For state-run services, reverse outsourcing to private contractors and bring services under public control. Increase public funding for medical and pharmaceutical research. Free childcare, free optometry. Where does it end? Yeah, having people looked after so they don't become a burden on the system another way. Yeah, outrageous. Outrageous stuff, isn't it? Hey? Prevention better than cure. Early childhood, primary education, secondary education. Here it comes. You're going to love this section, Banzo Bandit. Here they are. Trying to help us raise our kids again. Outrageous. We'll fight to end privatization and fund public education. Immediately cease state funding to high-fee private schools. Good riddance. Why should the public sector fund $1 to private schools? It makes no sense to me. Why? If your private school sucks, don't pay your school fees and go to a public school. Done. Why should they get funding? Why on earth didn't they broadcast these policies on stage loud and proud instead of yelling for an hour about what's wrong and making out to know more you need to buy a book? Yeah, why didn't they talk about this? Yeah, come on, socialists, up your game. Yes, like what the fuck were they thinking? It said manifesto. Why didn't they talk about this stuff? Does anyone think that private schools should get funded by the taxpayer? Does anyone have an opinion on this one? Yes, the plan is to print money for this. That's how it works. Usually the budget gets approved and then the Federal Reserve hands out the money. Taxation actually comes after the fact. But yes, that is usually how it works. Print the money. Approve budget. Provide funding. Taxation is actually a separate matter. Private schools need pools, water safety and all. Now I understand. How else would you get a tennis court and a swimming pool and a gym? This is actually decent. Just say this. People want to hear it. Just say this, please. Not the other stuff. So apparently private schools in Oz got their start with like Whitlam ? But like why? Like does anyone think that private schools should be getting money? Like is that another one that everyone can agree on here? If less people use private schools, then there would be more state money to go into public schools. Private schools drain the public purse. Reduce class size to a maximum of 15. Currently 25 in secondary and average of 26 in primary. Very interesting. Hire 12,000 different additional teachers and support staff. Commie rubbish, can I just say? Absolute rubbish. Provide schools with necessary specialist staff and facilities to properly cater for the needs. Yeah. Support education workers. Fully fund the AEU log of claims in the 2026 Victorian Government Schools Agreement. Make schools work for students and communities. Abolish VCE and replace it with a holistic strength-based curriculum. Okay. All right. Make power affordable. Oh, this one's good. Introduce an immediate cap on household electricity and gas prices. Anyone arguing with this one? No. I want my electricity nice and high and on the market. Reducing bills to generally affordable levels, with the gap between cap prices and market costs funded from energy companies' profits, royalties, and windfall taxes. Aha, they're paying it because they're going to tax us more. There we go. Wipe all existing household utility debts and arrears. Whoa. Wipe all utility debts and arrears. It's a debt jubilee. Fucking hell. Grow up, class sizes, really. Stop complaining about having to work, you lazy bums. Very interesting. Okay, I gotta rush through this because I gotta go. Ooh, education for all? Outrageous. That's some real socialist stuff, that is. Accessible and sustainable transport. What are they going to do? Free public transport. Reverse the privatization of Victoria's train, tram, bus system and infrastructure, returning to full public ownership. I knew it. They're going to nationalize public transport. Make all public transport permanently free, funded by ending private operator contracts and redirecting the current subsidies to running and expanding a public-owned network. Commies for sure. Okay. What, publicly owned transport? Utilities? What is this? A monopoly board? You. Oppose militarism and end war. First Nations. Opposing racism. Fight for women's liberation. End homophobia and transphobia. Disability justice, dignity and security for older people. Young people deserve better. Defend democracy and the right to protest. No, they wouldn't clamp down on people's right to public assembly, would they? Surely not. Surely not. End the harms of gambling. Fucking suck it, all you punters out there. They're coming after your gambling culture. Coming to get you. Protecting animals from cruelty and exploitation. There you go. Art and culture for the enjoyment of all. Very interesting. All right, I don't have time to go through all of this. I'm sorry. We're sorry. All right. We got to leave it there. But it's been another interesting journey, I must say. I don't gamble, so carrying on about gambling ads seems dumb to me. LOL. They are pretty egregious, though. The gambling stuff. I can only imagine if you had a gambling problem, like how tough that would be. All right. Could only imagine. We got to leave it there. But thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. It's been a very, very interesting discussion, as always. Look at some real commie stuff today. Free public transport. It's called legs. All you got to do is move them. Yes, that's right. Stop vaccinating and we won't need more ambulances. Soft boiled frog. How you going? Hope you're well. We got to go, though. So thank you, everyone who's been interacting today. You know who you are. Do appreciate it. If you haven't already on YouTube, activate the like button, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc., etc. You know how it is. Okay, RFK, LOL. Woozle, Ravy Baby, Softball Frog, Spandonk, Banzel Bandit, Dilemmas, Hobojo, XNF, Banzel Bandit. Did I say you twice? Blaz. Good to have you. What else we got here? Say my name in the house today. Ben Berry, come back for round number 2. Some more torture. What else we got? What else have I missed? There's been a lot of people in and out today. KK Online was here earlier. Hobo Joe, keeping it real. Our Victorian representatives. Shout out to you people. Oh, we had a number of people from NZ today. Shout out to all our friends across the ditch. Voltator. Who else do we have? Maori, Meteor. I think we had Storm Crew, is it? I'm sorry if I've missed you. I just can't go all the way back. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. It's been a good one. Oh, you dirty commies. Eh? All you commie curious types out there. Jag, 4IS in earlier. Thank you so much for your interactions. We'll be back tomorrow. Yes, and one from YouTube as well. Yeah. To our New Zealand compatriots. Eat more cake. Yeah, that's right. All right, we'll be back tomorrow for some more. And we'll do like, Theory Thursdays and all that sort of stuff. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your hump day. Get on it. Figuratively, literally, hopefully. Do what you need to do. Hump away. And we'll be back tomorrow with some more. Until next time, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.